Happy Wednesday, everyone. We're back here again today, doing a bit of a guerrilla stream in terms of, I don't really know what I'm doing today. I'm just kind of here, existing, I think. Existing in this liminal space of being. Alright. I'm boopus. Oh shit, hold on. Ah. Oh. Hi. My cat's laying in like the hallway, being a little baby. Being a little baby. And I'm right, you're a little baby. Yeah. I uploaded my VODs and stuff for today. We're just pogging. Oh, I forgot to make BLT a little gentleman. Hold on. No. There you go. Alright, let me make him a little tie. Make BLT a little tie. Oh, I have to make a go light post. Let's do that first. Please, please. Hope everybody's having a wonderful day. Probably some of this, and probably some of this. Will probably be more like this. So nice. Don't embarrass me, motherfucker. Wednesday. Post. Wednesday. Me, motherfucker. I'm gonna lurk. I'll lurk in people's chats. I will lurk in plebs. I will pin plebs. Is Gordy not streaming today? Please, please, please. Please, please. There's Beezy. Found Beezy. Oh, there's Gordy. I was looking too low. Cool. Cool. Okay. Wait. I'm a bit of a brain. No, yeah. Okay, this one's all good. Okay. I think everything's all set up for today. I'm gonna close this because I'm not gonna look at that today. I'm gonna do my best not to look at like worky stuff today. Just vibe, just hang out, just exist. Meaning we need to make BLT a little give her the boop. My brain is like, what am I doing? Hi, Prinsu. Hi, happy Wednesday. Will you say you will never break the chain? could do it in this file. Okay. There you go. This is the emo cut. Emo hair. I want him to be a little businessman today. Oh, businessman. Oops. Really had to put it on BLT. Emo BLT is funny. Yep. It was very fun yesterday having him be a little emo boy. Little emo man. Hi Vex. How was your tour of the cornbread factory? How was that? I hope it was good. I hope you got like free samples and stuff. Hi V. Happy Wednesday. Great God. It was super cool and I did Pog. That's super great. Wackus bonkus. My brain. My brain. Make BLT a little businessman's. What? What's this one? And then it's no, it's this bottom half, right? That needs to be smaller. Oops. What if I just okay. Oh, that doesn't look right. Ooh, that doesn't look right. Though I already get free stuff from my dad, though. Cool, free stuff. You never deny free stuff. Free stuff is free stuff, you know. I don't know if I needed to do this. I think I could have just done. Oops. And just. Now he has a little tie. On my way to get McDonald's to celebrate my dad's birthday. We'll tell him I said happy birthday. I'd never say no to free stuff. Smart. Smart lass. Alright. My brain. It's hot as fuck. It is summer. It do be summerin'. Fuck, it's behind him. I don't understand why it keeps coming behind him. It's okay. It's an easy thing to fix. Guilty items. Pie. Because it's in a folder. It was, okay. VLT's here. On level 12. Anyone got an itch to play baseball? I have an itch to watch it. Oh, it doesn't move with him. I think maybe I just didn't make a thing for this. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's just make a thing for that then. Oh my
Mother,
nose.
I have a job.
You have a job, you do. And you're going to get you're gonna have a great job here in a second once I give you your tie. Oh, can I just drag and drop this tie in here? Texture. Bro, I have to go to the bathroom. Fuck! I fucking shit. Hi. Yo. Welcome in. Hello, Rhino. I don't know what this is. What you have in it? You have that hat stuff going here. And then files. Save as 3.3. Save. V3.3 save. Let's see, let's do texture, edit texture atlas. Add texture, okay, boop. Boop. I don't want this centered. 2048 is 1024. Okie dokie. Let's see, this will go on tail, sit position, body. This will go here and here. Okay, but we do have to rig it itself. So this will go this way. This will go this way. And then boop. Okie dokie. And then we synthesize corners. There we go. And then we add replay parameter, edit parameter. This is high, and this will be tie toggle, and then boop, boop. God dang it! That's what I thought. Create. And then now it'll go to 0. Are you sure that's how that works? And if it goes here, perfect. Export. New folder, BLT v3.3. Save. Alright, now we go here and here. There's 4. 6. What I could do instead. 2, 3.2. 2. And go back into, I think, the model. I'd rather go back into the model file. BLT v3.0. Okay, we'll do it like this. 3. Boop. Oh, I took off my hairpin. That's okay. This one. No copy. I want some. Don't you cry no more. And now settings. Should have all the right toggles, and this one will be tie. Set. Create new expression. Tie. Done. Select. And Control Alt 5. Control Alt 6. I'd rather do it like that, I think. Control 5. 4. 3. 3. Done. 2. Done. Done. Cool. Oh, it's not auto blinking. Oh, it is auto. Okay. Moira. Cat's being a goober again. Why you be such goober today? Why you goobin'? Get it? Jump down, come on. Cat's being a goober. Alright, I should also test that BTS Pog is working correctly.
Pog online poggers.
Cool. Yes. Okay. Split items in the front and back parts. Can I turn that off? Configure expression. Okay. Moira! What you doing? Uh-oh. Somebody gonna be in trouble. I think try to bite Jester. It's next to the craft desk. My wayward son, make peace when you are done. Don't you cry no more. There you go. Oh, my tongue feels weird. Oh. I don't want to do that. TV3. I don't know which one he is. You the correct one? Yes, you are. Cool. There you go. There you go. He's ready for serious business. That's my boy. Thank you for the follow, Moon Decor. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Wednesday. This needs to go this way. I need this again. How you doing? Hope you're having a great one. Oh, my tummy feels weird. Why does my tummy feel weird? Does oatmeal, Adderall, and lemonade not go well together? Is that a bad mix? Is that a bad mix? Oh my god! I love your icon. Sorry, I just wanted to see what your icon was, Moon Decor, and I love your icon. Also, I love the little beans. The little beans. The little beans emote is adorable. Of course. God, calls it how I sees it, and that's how I sees it. Yes, Moira Bug. You are thinking heathenist thoughts, I can tell, because your ears are airplane mode. Would you like more laser pointer? No? No more? Okay. Yes, that's not the protein. That's enough. What do you mean? Does bananas have protein? Looks at full board. I ate all my breakfast. I actually finished a bowl of oatmeal. Does oatmeal not have protein in it? It had bananas in it. No? Oh. I have to eat. Is it important to take protein with Adderall? The nuts in the oatmeal do. That's what I thought. Maybe. I love your aesthetic. Model is gorgeous. Found you through TikTok. Oh! Yay! Oh. Okay, cat. My cat. I'm so glad you found us. I hope you can enjoy your stay and hang out with us and vibe. TikTok gang. Yeah, quite a few of you actually are from TikTok at this point, actually. So it's really exciting to see that happen in real time. Boys, because you did a few videos of some of my... I bet I'll do a video on you. Bet. If you're a streamer, which I presume you might be, I'll make a video about you. I'll make a video about everybody. Every VTuber on this planet Earth, I will make a video about. My goal in life. Make videos about everybody. Alright. You don't have to? I know I don't have to. It's because I want. What do you? My cat is like deciding to chew on things that she doesn't normally chew on. Why are you being a heathen? Is it because I decided to take a shower first instead of feeding you, even though you still got fed at the correct time? Oh my goodness! Come here. Come here. Come here. Ow! Bruh! She ripped the hole of my shirt. It's an old, like, sleepwear shirt, but she ripped off all my shirt. Wait, I just wanted to hug. Oh no, I clicked on this. Uh-oh. Okay. We're good. No. That hurt my boobie. More than anything, that hurt my boobie. I just love how much you're giving love to small creators. It's so heartwarming. I actually followed a few of your recommendations. Fuck yeah! That's my goal! If one more person will follow you, I'm happy. Also, hi, Rainer. Oh, boobie. Oh, this is like a big ass hole. I have to like fix this now. Well, maybe not now. God damn. Hey. But I'm glad my content is enjoyable and that you like it because I like making it. Ow, my boobie. Oh wait, shit, she broke skin. Oh wait, okay, hold on. I gotta go get a band-aid really quick. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I gotta get a band-aid. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I wanted to put a band-aid on it because she broke skin. I don't think it's good to not like clean up boo-boos when they break skin. So I just wanted to take care of it so I don't die from gangrene or something. I don't think that's how that works, but you know, saved it. Not wrong on its own, but this is also steel cut oatmeal, which has a lot more protein and fiber in than rolled oats. I don't know, my tummy just feels weird. Smile. Oops. Save as luck charm. Nope. PSD export luck charm. Open. I don't know where that folder is. I think it's an overlay? Probably 1, the banana was past its prime. 2, you ate more fiber than all of yesterday. Yeah, probably. My tummy feels weird. I save that file? Wait. Keychain, design. Ink crayon. Keychain. Keychain. What did I export this to? Oh, okay. There we go. Live 2D. Folder. I wish I could like. I wonder if I could. Right click. I was hoping that I could make like a hotkey or something to that, or like a shortcut, but that's okay. Okay, so let's start with meshing stuff. Yeah. And then we want to make this A3. Widen up the density. Heat it a bit more. Bring this, oops. Bring this down a bit. And bring this one up a bit. And I think that's pretty good. 2015-3. Let me write that down. 2015-3. That one's good. And this guy. Cool. It did save the information. I think it refreshes the information if like you close and reopen the program. I just wasn't sure. There we go. I think I want to do this one like this. Take these guys. Oops. Oop, oop. Go around. It's down a little bit more. Up and down and out a little bit just so it doesn't clip it. This can also go. Night, no one could tell. There's a ceiling to the star. Boop. That's done. And then oh, this is in the wrong spot. That should be in here. Yeah, there we go. Let's do this one because this one's pretty easy. Boop. Boop. And then confirm. This one. Erase. Boop. Boop. Oop, wrong one. On tool. Oop. Oop. Yep. This picture, baby, at all. And then this one. And this guy. And then here. Stretch this out. Oop. Bring this over a bit. The shorter. Let me click reflect horizontally. It should be this half. I think these are just mirrored, so they should just be able to do one of these numbers. Again. I'm not really in the mood for this one right now. Oh, it's like somber like an artist, or somber like the emotion. That's both. Actually, this song is technically both when you think about it. Okay. I feel like I really need to make this one that detailed, but I'd rather have more than not. How can we go back to being friends when we just shared a bed? How can you go and pretend like someone you never met? Oops. I want to do one in the center though. To be friends, but we just shared a bed. Ooh, actually, I think I am pretend someone you never knew. There you go. I'll do these ones, but these ones don't need a lot because they're meant to be like stiff. To be friends, we just shared a bed. How do we go happily and pretend I'm someone you never met? Boop, boop, boop. We just shared a bed. Oh, oh, there we go. Happily and pretend someone you never met. How are you doing, friend? I'm doing all right. How are you doing? How are you doing, teeny? I am just rigging up this little charm for stream. A little tired, but just chilling. Understandable. I hope you can get some good rest whenever you do. I am working on a little charm for my stream overlay, just because I think it's cute. It's like a little good luck charm, you know? I thought it would be cute, so I'm making it a thing for myself. Yay, cute. Thank you. Let's see. I think connect okay. Yep. Cool. And then we gotta do this guy. I think this guy's actually fine because he's not gonna be doing a lot. Same with this guy. This guy, I do want to give it a little bit because I want, when it sways, I want to give it a little bit of motion. I think that would look nice. Let's see, this one. Bloop, bloop. I just realized I want to change something I DM'd to someone. You. Oh my goodness. Please, I just want to select one at a time. Please. There you go. Copy, yep. Oh. I wonder if I could do that the same for here. Bit smaller. And taller. Maybe wider right here. Good. And then vibes are immaculate. Love the playlist. Thank you. I just kind of play whatever. Honestly, like we use the DJ, the Spotify DJ to kind of go through like songs that I like and then songs that you guys request, and it kind of just makes this nice little vibe here. Which is why I always feel bad when someone's like, I can have playlists, and I'm like, you mean the playlist that doesn't exactly exist because it's just an algorithm going through all the songs that we share together? That playlist? But we do have a playlist for like song requests. Everything that you guys request that's a song request goes into the playlist. That's nice. Yeah, I think so too. And then autoconnect. Yep. Reflect horizontally. Maybe so far though. Maybe so far. Okay, and then this guy. Reflect horizontally and then reflect vertically. There you go. I think everything is meshed the way I wish it to be. Lower tassels are fine and the orbs are also fine. Okay, cool. Got it. Lower string should go below this. There you go. Except the upper string needs a bit. There you go. Alright, cool. I take all of this except for breath. In the folder. So actually, oh shit. You guys don't know. Okay. Then we'll do 1, 2, 3. Do I want to glue it? Do I want to glue it? Because I kind of want this whole thing to swing. I feel like I could just do it by hand, though. What do I want to do? Because I want this whole thing to swing. I think it would be best if I... Okay, I think I do need to glue it. I think that is the plan. I take this guy. I don't know if this is how you glue things, but... Oh, there was like a gluing TikTok that I saw, actually. And it was like, take this guy, paste him, and then I think I'm supposed to bind him from here? Bind? Is that how that works? No. No, I remember how it works. It's this guy. String 1, create. Okay, I'm just gonna try this, I guess. And then add this is swing fizz. And then add. Okay. Add. Oh. 1, 2, 3. Add. The angle. And it would help if I did these the right positions. Okay. That's too far. Usually, oh. try this again. With you. Actually, okay, I think this. And this. And it comes up, I think, a bit. And if I reflect the motion. What? Why didn't I add the swing physics? Bruh. Add. Effectiveness 100. Angle. And, oh. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 50. It should be angle. 100. Wait. Ooh. Okay, hold on. Let me do this that way as well. Hold on. Okay, there we go. And then if we did this into this one, this jade orb into this one, and lower tassel 2 into this one. Okay, and then we swing this one this way. I swing this one this way. And then add this guy. Oops. And this, oh. This guy. What? How does that look? Oh, okay, how do I combine these two now? Because, okay, so the right one is nice and flowy, but the left one is kind of not. So if I added this guy onto it. Actually, what if I just did 2? And then I took this guy, added this. Wait, there you go. That's why you add the other one. Okie dokie. Again. Huh? Oh. Come on, come from underneath you. Come on now. You know that it's time to embrace. Okay, now how do I guess this just has to come this way? This is why I feel like gluing it would make sense, honestly. Okay. So if I took this guy and then I went here. Okay, and then I took this guy and this guy. And I selected, oops, this guy, find, I do, find, oh, it did make the glue, okay, cool. Oh, we want this one. Okay, no idea. And then if I just took all of these and found them, then wait 100. And then okay. Let's undo all this. I'm gonna look up youtube.com live to be how to rig a chain. Nothing happens my yeah, this one. But I need things like I have multiple segments, to be fair. Yeah, I want something like this, kind of. Okay. Ah, I see. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I almost wonder if I should have made this whole thing a singular piece. Okay, so how about that? I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I think that works. And then I can go one down. And then do... Oh, I think I realized how I was... Oh, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay. I think I needed to do... this and this. And then these go in here. This one's a talk. We all ran out. Okay, and then so this should go here. Nope, it should go here. I think. Meow meow. I hope the rigging is going well. It is. It is. I am kind of figuring out how to do like a little swaying charm. And I'm testing out multiple methods to do it. And I don't know how well it's gonna work, but we're gonna try regardless. Because that's the fun of it. Get out of here. I don't need you. Okay, and then is this how this works? I don't know. This is how this works. Look this way. That's not how it works. How did they make it work on the other one? What is this called? Multiple rotation deformers on one mesh line. Also, I hope Mochi Mew Mew, I hope you're having a great day. A great Wednesday. Through skinning, allowing for complex fluid deformations. This is achieved and gluing them back together. I think I understand what that means. Okay, so that means they want me to... This one here. Nope, you go in here. You go in here. Nope, you... I said... Okay. So that way... I'm doing well. I'm super productive today, so I thought so I'm just hanging out now. Thanks for asking. Of course! I'm glad you had a productive day. That's fucking awesome. I just realized my pan thing is gone. Where is it? Get myself a new one then. Where is it? Here. Forgot I cleared it when I tried to mess with the BLT stuff. Oh, right. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Cool. cruising. Okay, wait. Okay, so now what am I doing? Just skinning to skin them multiple. I wonder if this video has information on it. Yeah, how do I do this? Precautions after applying skinning. Oh. Oh. What if I don't wanna? What if? Listen, hear me out. What if I don't wanna? Okay, hold on. I'll at least try it. Okay, let's say from here we bind it. Okay. Then from here to here. Wait, oh, I think I did this wrong. Where does this rotation thing end? Ends here. So this to here, okay. Oh my god. Unbind. I think that works? Yeah. And then we go this guy to this guy. And we go, oops. Here? Bind. Oh, oops. Okay, so it goes to like here. Hopefully I can remove that. Oop. Yep. And then bind. Oh, maybe this will work. Okay. And now if I rotate, oh, I'm gonna be honest, I think it would have been easier if I did the other thing instead of trying to make this whole complex. Okay. Alright. I'm just gonna fix this. Okay, just gonna back this on up. It's gonna go back. The wrong file. Art projects. Nope. Alright. So 1, 2, 3. We're gonna combine. Rasterize. I'm like scoops a bit. I come around. And then rasterize. This is going to be long string 1. This one will be 2. Oops. Okay, that works. File, open. 3. This one, replace. Okie dokie, that one should be cool. Okay, so just hide this guy really quick because we're gonna start with this guy. I'm gonna copy it. We're gonna go to long string 2. We're gonna remove all these, paste, and then go from here. Boop, boop, boop. boop, 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 boop. Eh. Around, I come around. Okay. And then, if I'm honest, I probably go to this one. Erase all these doodads, and then I can probably just rotate it. Instead of trying to redo that on the other one. Go up. Oops. Okay. Hog. Alright. Oh, I have two of those. And then let's turn these off. These on. Put these down here. Cool. Okay, and then take this. 1, 2. Okay. So be these two. And I'll rotate. Oh, there we go. Oh, oops. Oop. There we go. Underpants. Reflect, okay. I want to be more exaggerated, I think. And then reflect motion, okay. And then reflect motion because I made it too long. I am for real. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize. Lawrence Jackson. I am for real. I'm gonna take these two. No, give. No. Give. No. 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 Oh, there we go. Boop. Reflect motion. Hi, Rupert. How was your day? I am for real. Never meant to be. What? Ew. What's going on? Been good. Was finally off today. Fuck yeah! I'm glad you get a break. good to be able to take some time off every now and again. Oh, god darn it. Alright, there we go. And now we take this. Oh, stream good. I'm just live 2D rigging something for stream. Then I don't trust this to do what I want it to do. I'm going to do this myself. I am for real. Never meant to make it all cry. Apologize a million times. I am for real. I kind of want. I kind of want these two to come in a bit closer. Let's do like 200. Okay, maybe like 150. Apologize a million times. Let me look at this in real life. I'm gonna be honest, this paracord does not move all that much. Maybe I made this one too much. Go this way. Yeah, maybe a little bit less. Yeah, I think that's better. Do the other way, I'm just going to do it a little more straight. And then I kind of want this to move just like a little bit. A little bit. Like that. I'm gonna do that to the other side. Really honest. I'm gonna do it with his ass. Turn this on. This is the art channel. Create, and then I'm gonna do one of these guys. I'm gonna go out and then in. And then this one, I'm gonna have it go inwards. And then this guy. Nice. And then this one can. And then what if I took this guy? I don't know if that well this will work, but we'll find out. Oop. This guy. Why does it do that? 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Okay. It's like this one. Okay, and then this one. What's it not? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, cool. It is doing it. This one should go like this. Move over a bit. I don't think. I think I made it too bendy now. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think it should more be like. Yeah, more like this. No, honestly, we don't need this guy. We take this guy. You. I don't really want to listen to that. I don't really want to listen to metal right now, I want to be completely honest. I'm down for this though. Okay. this guy. Also gonna need one of these. Yeah. Oh, hold on. If and then I think I can animate it if I do this. New. It's for a video. Okay. Actually, could I just do it this way? No, I can make it bigger. Drag big animation physics. Okay, so if I keyframe it, 6 seconds, 12 seconds, 18 seconds. Animation. Big animation physics. Oh, okay, that's way too fast. Okay, cool. Let's go 30 seconds. And then animation track, bake. Okay. Okay, 30 seconds, I need a minute. Let's do this here. Not there. 30. 60, okay. Boop. Big. Is there a looping functionality in this? I don't think there is, so I will hope that I did this right. And then file. Still image sequence is what I want. Video, nope, art projects. Live 2D, Lucky Charm, new folder, PNG sequence. So it should go. Okay. In here, save. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick before we see the final product. Be right back. Thank you for the check-in, Rainer. I'm sorry if I missed that, but I'm here. I'm back. And hopefully, this will look good. I think it will. Hello. Thank you for the song request, Vext. I'm wondering... Here it is. Oh, okay, it is. Okay. I like this song. I like the guitar already. Alrighty. Let's do this one. Product as, we're gonna call this Lucky Charm. We don't need any of this. Don't need any of that. Oh, is he the creator of those? I did not know that. Good to know. Okay, so if I loop this. Okay, cool. He did the music for them? That's fucking sick. I did not know that. Oh, needed 90. He developed adaptive music. Ooh. Oh, I like that. That's cool. I didn't know that. Okay, it's a little bit fast. These speeds like 75. I think it's still a little fast. Okay, well, I kind of don't like that. Anytime. Ooh. Okay, I think that's okay. I like this guy's voice. His voice is really nice. Fucking waiting for the video. Fucking okay. So quick times on our phone or phone minutes for our phone. So hope that this works. Oh, it went into folder I actually didn't want it to go to. I don't know if it'll show in there. And now we can take away the other charm and turn this one on. Oh, I forgot to. Oh, that's good. Put it there. And how big were we gonna make this? Make this big. Like that. And now we get to decide if we want to crop it or not. I kind of like it right there. Can I make Lucky Charms for like everybody? That'd be so fun. I don't know. I just make things and I think it's fun, and then I'm just like, oh, I wish I could make this for everyone, but like, I know people would be picky about it, but I think it'd be kind of fun. I just like making like swinging things. I think in Live 2D it's quite fun. Cool. I'm gonna be honest, this guy took up my entire brain cell. Forty's doing something? What's he doing? Was playing. Alright, we're gonna play. I think we'll take a break and play a game, I think. That's what I'm feeling. You know what I'm feeling? The Binding of Isaac. That's what I'm feeling. I was playing it on my Steam Deck last night, but the problem with playing it on my Steam Deck is that my hands are small. I was like, my thumb started to hurt after a while, and I was like, oh, this is some fucking gay shit, dude. Sorry. This is some capitalist shit, dude. Isaac done. Oh, there was an update to the Steam Deck with Wavelink. Actually, I think. Hold on. Can I put two things on here? How do you put two things on one button? Can't you do that? Oop. If you click it, right? How did I do that? Do actions? Dial stack. Dial stack. Ah, okay, let's do a dial stack. And then do brightness. Brightness. Oh yeah, and then I want to do this one here. I do. Is it in the control center? Yeah, it is. Okay. Just adjust temperature. I don't like this color. Why is it this color? Ew, why is it not changing? Ew, I don't like it. I don't like it. Ew, why is it those colors? I don't like it. Okay, whatever. Oh! Sorry, Pixels. Sorry, Pixels. Oh my god, sorry, Pixels. Oops. Yeah, I might have just, accidentally connected to your light thing and changed the color temperature. That's fine. Do I have to update it? I have to update this. Check for updates. You're up to date. Oh, what's the new thing? It's the action wheel. It's this. Oh my god, that's a lot of stuff. What? Set? No, it's not that. Device? Oh, here it is. Wavelength input. Okay, so if I do it... Monitor mix. Wait, no, it's the wrong one again. What? Device? Oh, what's this one? Yeah, what the fuck? So we can either do it browser, set fading off, set paste, and then browser game. Okay, so this is browser. Oh, I love to get how stream. Oh. Oh, okay. I have to customize my stream deck. I'll do this first. Against this one. This one. Boop, boop, boop. You know I love to get on my lows, walk around and lose control. Move this in here. We do strong. As it's running down my spine. Hips all time. I'm supposed to be. It's alright, I go all night. All night, yeah, you know. Actually, non-layer convert to curves. I want these guys to match up. Yeah, you know. To get my lows. And then let's take another box. That I've ever seen. Two lips like roses and clovers. And time that is only night time. Did he just say the word I think he said? I don't think he did. Okay, cool. I fucking hope not. I don't know. Sometimes this music, it gets me a little confused, you know? And Gravy just kissed it. I'm just gonna be honest, I wouldn't be surprised. But also, would be a little bit, because I feel like I would have noticed that before. Icon, browser. My name is Charlene. Okay, now, for example, this, and then if I back. Now, would this audio go to its soulmate? Anyone with soulmate? What? What? Set all? How does this work? If I click it, right? Oh. Okay. Maybe we could do it Spotify? How does this work? Set input. Okay, wait, I gotta look up the Elgato thing now. I saw it on Twitter. Oh my god, I forgot to post that. Oh, Elgato. Elgato, what's your new thing? It's this thing. Pro tip, use action wheels to easily route your foreground app to your specified channel directly from the Steam Deck to the Wave link. Learn more about the action wheel here. And you just click it, right? I can't hear the thing. What? Why can't I hear this? I can't. Hello? Okay, Stream Deck 6.7 or later. You got it, champ. Watch, I don't even have 6.7. That's why. That's why. Okay, so I just fucked my thing for no reason. Create action wheel? Create action wheel. That's what that is, right? Yeah, I have an action wheel. Okay. I just want to preset this up, I guess. Ooh, I like that. On God, I should be using the Stream Deck more for art stuff as well, but I don't because I forget. Paste. Game. Ignore audio. Paste. Browser, game, TTS, ignore audio, voice chat, music. And then we'll also do system. Just in case. Okay. And this icon can have this icon. And then I don't think I have a music icon. But she was 19, big IT and a nose ring. I don't, that's fine. Compound. Oh, but she's lying. Hi, Kiwi! Happy Wednesday, how are you doing? Great to see you. I hope work is going good. Hope it's not too stressful. Dog music. I want this to be green. No? I want it to be purple. I don't know. I guess. Maybe not such a neon purple. Somewhat, it's woo time. It's a woo sometimes, it's a wee. Sometimes it's a woo, sometimes it's a wee. Sometimes it's a wee woo. In a wee wooey situation. That's understandable though. Okay. Made a little guy. A little guy, a little guy, a little guy. I don't like the color of this. And hue saturation. I on God think I just want my music to be green. That is not the color green. The color green. This is the color green. Yeah, there you go. Also, curves. Boop. Boop. There we go. I want to make this any shorter. Shorter, but like maybe taller. Shorter, but bigger. I do. Yeah. I think that looks better. Icon. You influenced my TikTok algorithm with your art yesterday? What art? Which one? Oh, with the Lucky Charms? I'm glad. That's cool. Ignore. Paste it. Sure. Sure. Okay. Save, close. Close. So now we'll have the button ready for whenever the update decides to hit my stuff. I want this on the side though. Most times it's like on this one, I think. And then own it the whole time. Own it the whole time. What is this? Oh. Someone did a breakdown of the one for hunters. Yeah, I saw those. I love those ones. I don't know who's my favorite. I really like the top, like the knot design for Rumi, because I like the light and the darkness and her representation of darkness. And I like I think her name is Mira, right? Tricks. Yeah. I like Mira's because I like that she has Rumi and Zoe as like little charms. Yeah. So like I also love that hers is a butterfly shape. This is the butterfly shape. Oh my god. Do they have all of them? Okay, yeah. So this one I really like Rumi's because it shows the light and the dark. Also, this symbol is the symbol that she swings on in the final act, and it's really cool. Also, spoilers, sorry, not sorry. Watch it, please watch it. This is a butterfly knot. Actually, what is the... Actually, hold on. Made up meanings. I don't know, because they're all like a specific... Did I spell it wrong? Because I know Mira's is meant to be a butterfly, because there's a female and male butterfly. Not this one. I think it's this one, this website that we were using yesterday. Nope. That was incorrect. Nope. Yeah, here it is. So what is hers is this one. There's a chick one. I don't know the definite meaning of it, but it's the chick one, this one. And then Mira's is the female butterfly, because if you invert it, it's the male butterfly, but she has the female butterfly, which I like a lot. And then she has the Rumi and Zoe charms. And I like they all have bells as well. Bells are like a big thing for them. I don't know what the bell symbolizes, but I like the bell a lot. And then Zoe's is a chrysanthemum. Hers is this one, which is the chrysanthemum. And then I love that she's got like the little sea turtle, because she grew up in Cali, you know, she's got that beach life in her name, but she still has like the Korean heritage of using the red, gold, and blue, the red, yellow, and blue, which are traditional Korean colors. So it's like respect to like her Korean heritage, but also because she grew up in America. And I also like these traditional light and dark and Sailor Moon, but they have more square shapes. Regal, glamorous, and bold, which is why they did like the big butterfly bows. This would be so hard. All of these would be hard. I think I could maybe make Zoe's, but these ones I'd be like, I'm good. But this one like is really cute, and they went for like circular, childlike, fun, and cute, which I like a lot. But yeah. I don't know if I should have added more tassels to mine that I animated, but I think it's okay. It's like stuttering though. I just realized the charm is stuttering. Things. You gonna do that less now? The rest of the boys were new demons, and Genu made a deal with a failing boy band. I love that so much. Like, it makes so much sense because in the demon world, when like the rest of them are like they turn back to demon form, Genu is the only normal one. He's the only like one that's like can function normally, like he's a normal human, where the rest of them are kind of like zombies. But I think that's cool. Every other TikTok I get is about Huntrix and K-pop demon hunters, and I love it a lot. And it's like the first time that like I've watched a form of media while the internet really likes it, because usually I become a hipster and I don't want to watch it. But this is the first time I was like, fuck it, I'll watch it, and I really am happy that I did. And it's cute. And I will play the Binding of Isaac now because I said I was going to take a break and do that. Because I do want to, I want to fail a few runs, and then we'll do some 3D art, I think. Move this off the screen. We can also do this. We can also do this. Honestly, these should be all on the same, I feel like, but maybe not. I almost didn't watch it, but my friend made me, and I'm glad. Yeah, it's so good. Like, I'm glad, like, because Kiwi DM'd me about it, and then I was like, well, I guess I'm not doing anything, so why not? My controller inverted? What's happening? Oh, it's left and right? Okay. We need to get you into Amazing Digital Circus then. I do like Amazing Digital Circus. What the fuck? Fucking. Hold on. Oh my god, exit. Hold on, there's something wrong with my controller. Controller? Okay. Oh, that's fine. I want your things in my room. I miss you all the time. Why is this inverted? It's like inverted. Up and down is left and right, and left and right is up and down. Like, what the fuck? Is that a certain mermaid followed me on TikTok? Maya. Looks so easy. What the fuck? Dual joystick confused. Yeah, December power is trying to get the tears would automatically fire upward. For some reason, this wasn't working for me. Oh, getting high. Theme settings. Controller. What's it? External gameplay setting. Enable in games with those. Enable see for Xbox. Enable see for some controllers. No controllers from the pictures. Oh, is there? Need to enable. All right, now maybe it'll be okay. Oh, there we go. There we go. Neuron. Yay! I was so worried it wasn't gonna work for a second. I was gonna cry. Oh wait, you guys can't. forgot what he does. I destroy all the poop. I need all the poop. It's so much easier to play on this controller. Well, I say that, but like the left stick is still too big. Or the left thingy? I don't know what it's called. On controllers, you know, the things that you hold on to? The left one is too big for me. The right one's fine because I'm mostly just using the... Okay, the joysticks are too far. That's my thing. The joysticks are too far. In the kitchen sink, I don't wanna do... Oh no, my bomb! I don't want to use that. I want to use my friend. I don't know what he does. Oh my god, he explodes. Oh. Oh. Okay, well... Okay, he's a 3 charge? I guess that's not so bad. I'm fine. Also, considering that today is our self-care day stream, if you think that you want to get a therapist, get a therapist. I scheduled my first therapy appointment today. Well, I reached out to a therapist to hopefully start that, to be fair. No, get away from me, get away from me, get away from me, get away from me. Oh. So there's a hope, but if you need to do that, you should do that. You know? It's not only good for you, but it's good for those around you. Oh! So much money! Yippee! That changed my tears rapidly, and I don't know how to feel about that because I forgot that it did that. Wait! Oh, no, that's what I'm doing. Okay. What is this? Active room? This is my tent. I'm walking on water. No! 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 Oh god. I don't wanna use between. Please, please. Okay. I have 14 coins. It's fine. Oh, I got the wide tiers now? Oh, please. Ow. No, my tears are over. Please, there's so many little spiders. Ow. No. No, ow. Okay, I'm restarting. You might be wondering, Elaine, how did you unlock hard mode in this game? Well, actually, I don't know if any of you know about this game, actually. Just imagine that I was good at this game at one point. Or sometimes I'm good. Mostly when the RNG is nice to me, I'm good at the game. Bomba? That was dumb. No! Oh god, this is gonna suck. This is gonna suck. I'm gonna suck. Last night I did a run and I had Jacob's ladder and it made these kind of fucking rooms so much easier. Oh my god. Please have mercy! Can I hang out? Because you always want to move, but you want to like, I think I just need to hang out. Leave me alone, please. God damn. You're gonna beat me the fuck up. Okay, you guys need to go away. You need to stop. You need to stop. Okay. God, it's the spiders. I'm just gonna break these poops. This is gonna be a training arc for Cult of the Lamb. Oh, we could play some Cult of the Lamb today, actually. Oh, golden key! Yippee! Oh, I don't have the extra HUD on. The extra HUD. The extra HUD normal? What does that mean? What? Oh, it's the other one. Oh. Okay. There we go. The found hut is what I wanted. I think Cult of the Lamb, in my opinion, is a bit easier than this game. This game fucking kicks my fucking ass, bro. My little booty hole hurts when I play this game. I just realized they gave me the golden key, but it... Actually, I also wanted to play this game because I kept getting TikToks about the Binding of Isaac, which is very interesting because, like, Binding of Isaac hasn't been, or the creator Edmund McMillen. Well, I guess maybe it came back a bit because Edmund McMillen, which I believe is the creator of this game, and I believe he's the one that announced, or like is the spearhead of all this, announced that they are remaking Super Meat Boy 3D for the Nintendo Switch 2. And I was like, oh shit, that's kind of cool. So maybe that's why I was kind of getting more stuff about it, because that was announced. Get away from me! Get away from me, I don't want your herpes. Your herpes away from me, you weirdo! Hey. What does this pill do? Oh, range up! Oh my god. Yippee. Yeah, these bitches won't do shit because I don't got an active item. Ew, what is this? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I scooped my eyeball out. Will it hurt me if I feel like it'll hurt me if I step on the path that I make? I don't know. Yippee! Okay. I've grown tired of this body. On the without me body. I think I might take... I think I'm at least gonna take the bomba. The bomba! Tired of this body. Far without me. I didn't find the secret room, but that's okay. No! Speaking of Super Meat Boy, oh man. So when you get one of the 7, one of the horsemen's. Oh my god, no. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm afraid. Oh my god, I'm afraid. Chat, I am afraid. Chat, I'm afraid. Chat, please. When you get one of the horsemen, there's a chance you'll either get a rubber ball bandage or meat cube. And if you fight them 3 times and get them in a consecutive order, you can create Super Meat Boy or Rubber Band or Band-Aid Girl. Oh! Yeah, you bitch. Okay. Get away from me. Eat the bombas. Ooh, book room. Ooh, that's not bad. That's not bad either. Give me this one. And then if there's anything that needs flight, we'll be pogging. No! Okay, it's the first level. Darknet place. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, okay. To be struck by you, I wanna make you move. Cause you're standing still if you're far. Just what your eyes can do. Look right through. One more drink. Oh my god. Do the thing. Ooh. I don't want to deal with this room. Come on. Float around. Get away. Ah. Because you're standing still. Stop birthing babies. Stop. Stop it. No more birthing babies. What did I just say? Me. Oh my god. They're running into me. I need this white heart. This white heart will turn into a big heart. I need it. Cool. Okay, cool. Matches what your eyes can do. Honestly, flight's very useful. Other one is the Book of Revelations, which is temporarily. Oop. I think I'd rather have temporary flight. Think? Bomba. Fuck. Ooh. Oh, fuck, it's this one? Oh, I thought it was a different thing. Oh, this makes me use my left and right brain. Oh, gimme. Oh, you didn't give me enough! Fuck. I don't know if I explored all the rooms, though. I can come back. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. What? Just go over there. It's not so bad because he's not like a super aggressive boss. So it's okay. Except for when things that are aggressive come after me. Please! Oh, ow, you son of a stinky bitch. Great. This is exactly what I wanted. Ooh. Coins? Spiders! Okay, nope, I'm restarting. What is the quick restart button? R? Cool. When you cry these times, I don't know why I even survive. Where's the key? What's this? Ooh! I'm interested. Ah! Get away from me. Boop. Oh, fuck! That's what that one was? Oh. Get out of my way. Get. Stop. These are my most hated enemies. Ones that will, like, only attack you if they can see you are, like, so annoying. Please! Asshole. Okay. What's this one? Cool. Get away from me. Hope I get a heart from the— Ah! No, you son of a stinky. Okay. Well, you have a key and a bomba. Fog? What was in here again? Erase Diane. Oh, interesting. What's in book room? I don't know what the cost of that book is. Wait. Oh, it's a tiny battery. Fuck. I wonder what happens if I use this on the boss. I've never used the eraser. Ooh. Was that it? Didn't really do anything. And I think I want the Book of Revelations more, but I don't know what it cost. Is it just batteries? I'm gonna go find out. What? What? Oh, I gotta look up something. Items. Platinum God, there we go. You could take 100 boys and boys. That's all the feeling. It's a book. When using this book once before the boss causes the boss item on the controller. Oh! 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 That's one of the 3 bookworms. Oh! Well, I'll keep the eraser then. I kind of don't want to do that because I know I'll abuse the shit out of that. More than his wife. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Let's wait first. No, get away, get away, get away, get away, get away, get away. Okay, then what does the eraser item do? An active item that allows you to throw an eraser enemy, which will kill it and prevent it from appearing for the rest of the run. Oh! Works on bosses that doesn't kill them, it just deals. Oh, interesting. If I do that, it just disappears. Oh, that's actually really nice. That's actually a really nice item. Please, get away from me. Oh my god, okay, we're good. Oh, it's a once per floor thing though. I'm busy. You're not bad though. There's more. Okay. Oh. Get out of here. Ooh, money! I like multi-dimensional buddy. I'll take him. No, asshole. Now I can go into the. We don't have that much money though, so maybe rather save the key. You have to go the other way though. Telephone. Telephone. Maybe? Oh! If we get another bomb, we can go into the sacrifice room without sacrificing any of our health. Should have used it on these guys. Should have used the eraser on these guys. I do not like these flies. Woo! Woo! Okay. Okay. There's poop. Ooh, and keys? Okay, now I have 2 keys. That's fine. I don't think I'm gonna go into the store only because I don't have enough money to buy anything. I think like 5 is like the minimum. But maybe after the boss we will. I don't want this anymore. What? What? You spawn more of those things? Looks like he doesn't do the big jump in this one. Woo! HP up, and I get a devil deal room. Let's fucking go. Oh, fuck off. Money? 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 Oh. Okay. Telephone. My telephone. Alright. Oh my god, oh my god. Please. Yeah, get tired of pooping. Please stop pooping. Please, please. This way. Ooh. Item room off the bat? Nice. Oh my god. Woo! If only I had, the opposite, there's, not the opposite, but there's like a little buddy that you can have, and his name is like, I don't remember what his name is. His little Bumbo is the one that will take coins on the ground, but there's one that will take just random hearts on the ground. I wish I had that guy. Oh my god, oh my god. Boop. I wish for you to explode, please. If I was smart, I'd have them explode on parts where I believe the secret room is. But that's okay. Woo. Oh, okay. Well, that could have been worse. Maybe. Charged friends. What? What does this mean? Ooh. I need this fat bat to die. Please go away. Please go away. Thank you. Oh yeah, having the little guy that like would eat hearts would be so great right now. Especially because like I don't really use that many hearts. Oh, I don't have a bomba. We could probably buy a bomba. Okay. Got playful vibes, Rubat. I hope this is true. Okay. Open. Bitch. Woo! Came back to one of my fave games. This is one of my favorite games too. Pretty Fly, yippee! I don't know if there's a combination, like if you get multiple buddies. No, stop! I don't like the ones that like they have to see you in order to attack you. Please, please! Oh. Hey. Hey. Get away. Get away from me. Oh. I don't really want that coin. No. No, get. Oh, yeah, you want to follow me, dude? What's in here? This one and this one. Let's go. It's a me, a Mario. He's got a. Well, what's in the battle room? Loot. I deal with these guys. Not so bad. I really wish it's like Evil Bumbo or something. Oh, okay, hold on, I gotta look it up. What is the guy's name? Give me the head pats. Oh, it's Dark Bum, isn't it? Yeah, Dark Bum. He's the one that'll like take your hearts. I want him. Get away from me, I don't trust you. I missed! Oh my god, I missed. Stupid son of a bitch. I can't believe I missed. And I don't get the charge back because I missed. Yes, follow me. Follow me into your death. Ooh, vocal stem, you got it. You're the first one to redeem it.
That's my purse! I don't know you!
Eat me like a bug.
Eat me like a bug. No, thank you for the vocal stem. Sure. Oh, I was right? Oh my god. Sure. Okay. Last night I was like playing and I found one of those and I really needed a heart and it would not give me hearts. I didn't have a bomb to blow it up and I was sad. Fuck away. Oh! Stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Oh man, I wish I had the eraser for these fucking mushroom dudes. So annoying. Get away. Get. Oh. This is not so bad as long as they don't stand horizontally. Well, at least we got another bomba. I found the tree. Oh my god! Almost ran into that. I wish I had the item that makes it so you can stomp around and you don't have to fucking... Oh, who is this? I skipped the thingy. I actually don't know. This is a variant of one of the horsemen, the 4 horsemen. I don't know which one this one is though. Oh, fuck. Hey, when I get that devil room, you should give me a ball of bandages. That's what I thought. Krampus? Krampus? You're not gonna give me Krampus? Krampus is— Ow! Oh my god. I wasn't even looking. I kind of want Krampus's head. Krampus's head isn't bad. Oh, I should have taken that heart. Oh well. To the core of all the things I've done. Hard. If I had to hazard a guess, it's a horseman of disease. I could see that. Like, I don't know if he's just like, like, if he was just like an offshoot of pestilence or it was like its own thing. I'm sure it was an offshoot of pestilence. Oh my god. Go next to each other. Yes. No, I should have moved in the middle. I forget to move in the middle every time. Okay. Wait, there was a soul heart in there. Oh, there's a mushroom. I'm okay. I like this little chargy thing my friends got going. Yippee! Make that room hella easy. I'll go back. I don't know. There's another one? Oh my god. Ow. Oh, you dirty bitch! Okay. I wonder if that's where the secret room is. There's like a dark spot above one of the previous rooms, and I'm wondering if that's where the secret room is. I don't think that's how that works, but I don't know why the map would be shaped like that if that wasn't the case. Okay. Ready. And 3, 2. Bloop, 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 bloop. Ah. Makes my anxiety. Yeah. If that is the case, then I should be able to blow. No, I have to go all the way back. Oh, I would have to go all the way back for that. Oh. Oh, there's a mark rock right there. Oh, an item? It's like half a. I forgot what this one does. Is this like a one-time use? No borders. Cool. Okay. Let me go see if that secret room is what I think it is. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Oh, it is. Oh, hey, what's up, bomb guy? You want some bombs? Here you go. Ooh, thank you. The bomb buddy is like my favorite out of all the beggars because he actually gives you stuff. I feel like more than not. I think you'd make a cute binding sona. Oh my god, we should so do that though. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that after this run. Anxiety, 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 oh, anxiety, 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 oh, anxiety, anxiety, oh, anxiety. I have to go back to the other item room. Oh! Oh! Okay. Ooh, penny. We do have enough for an item now, though. From the shop. Shake, shake, shake over me.
Dice shot.
You! I'd rather keep Krampus's head. I paid a whole ass $1 for this. All my life, I've been by troubles all the time. Guess I should take it as a sign. Oh, fuck. Okay, we're okay? Oh my god, we're okay? More. Also, for those of you that are watching this and know things about Binding of Isaac, I'm a fast and loose kind of Binding of Isaac player. So strategy, not super in the bag. Hopes and prayers, a lot in the bag. Ooh. I don't know what that does. What does that do? Yeah, and I'm bad at it. A little bit. It's actually super nice. Can you give me a coin, please? Okay. Will you give me a coin? I really gotta stop blowing up the donation box, but I don't wanna. Cool. Thank you for the song request. Oh my god, that item is so good in here. Oh my god, please. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, I still did it! Oh, and I got it! Oh, it's snack! Yeah. Oh! Fast and loose, fast and loose, fast and loose, fast and loose! I just remember being morbidly obese. What? Excuse me? I haven't played this in forever. I just remember being morbidly obese as a little kid. Huh? Am I reading that? Morbidly obsessed! I'm sorry. I didn't read that right. I'm sorry. I was also morbidly obsessed with this game. It took up all of my young years. And I was younger. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was really bad of me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, man. Oh, man. I'm glad it was. Oh, man. Oh, man. Well. No, I don't do not want that. I do not want that item. Ah, don't you just love it here, guys? Fast and loose, am I right? Looks a cow. The thing is, I looked at it multiple times too. No, I should keep playing Isaac. How do you unlock the D6 though? I think that's what it is. The D6. How do you unlock this item? Unlock this by defeating the Isaac boss with Blue Baby. With Blue Baby. Unlock this item by defeating the Isaac boss. What does this mean? Does this mean I just have to go defeat Blue Baby? BOI. How do I unlock it? Defeat Isaac. As Blue Baby? Do I have Blue Baby? Okay. Alright, sure. I'm gonna play as Blue Baby. Well, I guess I know what clip I'm gonna be editing for next week. I don't know how, also thinking about it more, I don't know how I got the word obese, only considering the fact that like obese is O-B-E-S-E is like 5 letters and obsessed is like 7, if not more. So it's kind of like, what? I got a little fly point. And my fly friend killed himself. See, you know I'm somewhat good at this game because I have basically all the characters. Basically. Would you give me a coin, mister? Your brain was morbidly tricked. Yeah. Yeah. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. This is so hard to play because he doesn't have heart slots like the others do, so he can't just eat normal hearts. Like that heart. Which is why Dark Bomb would be great right now. But we don't have Dark Bomb because the game is mean. Well, we could. I mean, the item room. Oh, please, 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 get away from me. Get away from me, get away. You guys are fat and slow. We'll be fine. Boop. Oh. Stop, stop. Yeah, now what you gonna do, stupids? Oh, my friend's just gonna die. That's what's gonna happen. I don't... Was there a room I could use this in? I could. Yes, I can use it in that room. Okay. Because a jump doesn't have a recharge. You just use it. So I could use it, I think, to get these chests. Ooh. I did all so well. In my life, not expecting the fright of my life. It was perfect from what I can tell. Could I not see the danger right in front of me? Alright, bet. Okay. Oh fuck, that's what that is? Oh fuck. The best movie of all. Piece of all called Human Centipede. Human Centipede. Gonna get murdered tonight. Human Centipede. Oh, what the fuck? No! Hi, Zoe. You're blown up. No, spiders! Fuck. Give me an item. Give me a health item. Give me a health item. Okay. I think holy shit is gonna be the main course. My relative of character growth. Oh my god, 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 I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm just gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Okay, cool. If I just mantra that I'm gonna die, maybe I'm not gonna die, you know? I forgot to recharge the poop. Alright, test 2. I'm looking for excuses. I'm ready to choose this life. Love of my life. Hey, what do you do? Acid baby. You just gonna give me pills every now and again? Okay. Oh, there's a marked rock, and I have no bombs. Give me bombs. Oops are very important. Another deal. Pucker up. Please open myself up to love. Go. Thank you. Bomba. This marked rock. More bombas? No, what you? More bombas! Yippee! I think there's a marked rock in the room above us. What do I want? I want this one. I like my poop. I think it... Yes, it would have been better to do it that way. That's okay. Well, the missing poster does. Oh, I don't wanna down low. Oh, god damn it. Gonna suck. Also, Acid Baby has given me no pills. Maybe he, like, tells you what the pills are? Oh, it is called. Oh my god. I like their faces when they're really tiny. It's funny to me. He doesn't. Okay. Oh! Okay. Please get away from me. I said please. More bombas? I think this... the mountain. No problem.
Two of clubs.
Actually didn't know what that did. Hee. Take me to the beach. Why are you red? Oh my god. I like his eyes. His eyes are cool though. Oh. Stop, 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 stop. Stop. Stop with the flaming bombs! Stop it. What did I say, little mans? Stop. To the end. Then tread carefully. Oh. Alright, I'll go to the next part. I have to adjust my legs. Okay, after this run, no matter what, oh, Curse of Darkness. Ooh. Bad I can't fly. Wait. Oh, I was gonna say, after this run, no matter what happens, I'm gonna take a quick break, get myself a little snack. Ow. Ow. And then... Acid Baby, what do you do? Acid Baby, what do you do? Did you give me that pill? The first pill will drop out every time you use the pet. Acid Baby will deal 10 damage to all enemies at 0.3%. Oh! Okay, actually he's not that bad. But anywho, after this, I'm going to get a snack and then go into 3D art for a bit. Oop. Get away from me. Get away. Specifically you guys. I do not like you guys. Let's go this way. Oh, there's something in this room. What is this? What did that do? I'm sure that whatever item spawns here will spawn on the other side of the rocks. Or nothing will. Little poopy babies. Ah. Ooh, they become red after a while. So I should be doing that after. No, my fly friends, please. Come back to me. Boop, 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 boop. I want all the fly friends. I quite like this ability the dead baby has. I didn't know that when he destroys poop, he can gain a fly. Actually, really nice. Ow! I guess it makes sense because he's dead, though, right? So. I want the shop. Actually, I don't really need the shop. Ooh. Get away from me. Don't deflect my tears. That's kind of rude. Shouldn't you have your blankie if this is... I mean, I have my... you want blankie or do you want cardigan? I can do either. I have both. Do I want to go in the shop? I don't have the key for the shop. wouldn't be it. Let's try this one. Nope. Wouldn't be that one. Would be this room? Wouldn't be this room. Right behind this poop. What does making them red delicious do? I have to look it up. Ow. Oh! Oh! Fast and loose, baby. Fast and loose. Party game feels like more like going out or felt cute might draw later type of vibes to me. Okay, we can get a blanket. Hold on. I'll get a blanket. I think I have one in the scene. Linky, there's one. There you go. Will these give me flies? No? Okay. I just sacrificed a bunch of my health for this. Also, it's good to know that HP up means I will still only have... Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, that I'll still only get one... That I'll still only get blue hearts, soul hearts. Get away from me! Oh my god, I have half a heart. Fuck me, brother. I need. Okay, life or death. Range down. Range down. What do you mean, range down? Alright. Bet. Talk! Oh, it's this guy! I love this guy. Here, I'll give you my last bomb. Go. I can't use that. Get away from me! I have half a heart in a dream! I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. No! I got mom's knife and everything! I shouldn't have risked it for the mom's knife, to be fair. Damn. Damn. Actually, I don't need a break just yet. I can go a little bit longer. It's not a very tranquil morning. I can go a bit longer before I take a break. I'm trying to remember to take a break once every stream, at least, like an actual break where I get up, I leave the computer, and I do other stuff. Give it the wellness check. I'm drink some more water. I got the new advancedgg affiliated lemonade hydration, and it's really good. I just feel like I'm having a nice little lemonade. And if you want some, if you do exclamation point advancedgg, you too can get advancedgg 10% off on all your orders. Don't forget to stretch. Good point. I'm wearing my back brace today. That's another self-care thing to make sure I don't fucking die. But stretching is a good idea. Oh, do they have a Gungeon website as well? They do. They have an editor to the Gungeon one as well. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I like Platinum God. Platinum God's like my favorite. I think Platinum God is what you get when you 100% a file. That makes sense. I might play more later. Who knows? What are my friends doing? Easy making dragon. Very cool. Oh, this was from Flib. Okay. Like, who raided into this person? What are they doing? They're just hanging out? Yeah, they're just hanging out. Okay. That's cool. Blah, 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 blah. Footloose. Take off your Sunday shoes. Alright, 3D art. Yeah, because that's done. Can I give the charm a little filter so it looks like... Honestly, I kind of want to change things around. Actually, no, it's fine. I was gonna change the colors and stuff, but I think it's fine, actually. Previous points. This. Right, a filter. Filter. Effects. 3D effects. Applying chroma correction. I think. Oh, no, that one. I feel like this one would have one. Load. Link, bloom, box blur, border. Border? What does border do? Okay. Oh god, no. Okay, never mind. Actually, I know what I can do. I can do it in DaVinci, actually. Let it loose. Let it loose. What am I doing? Lucky Charm. I want to give it kind of a drop shadow, and I think I know how to do that. Come here. Make you bigger so I can see. And then move this over and down. And then lower the opacity. And then we go to effects and we do a color compressor. Open effects, color compressor. This one. Target color is black. Okay. Compress hue, compress saturation, and compress brightness. And bam! Bam! Oh my god, I'm so smart. Oh, I'm so smart, guys. Oh! Oh, I love it when I do things correctly. Oops, wrong one. Door back, we don't need a key. Get in for free. It's VIPs, please. Lucky Charm. Save. Yes. Add or integrate. You can probably make some paper charms to make the aesthetic go down. To add to the aesthetic down the line. Yeah, that's the plan, probably. At least. Because, like, the. Job 2 failed. I'm gonna replace it. Oh, I know why. Okay. It's because it's being used by OBS. The 3D ones have. Did I do it? I don't see it. Why don't I see it, chat? Why don't I see it? I'm trying to movie. But I don't see it. Why is it not doing it? Save? Oh, whoa, what happened? Bad things happen. Okay, guess it's fine. I don't need the drop shadow, but it looks so nice. Fuck. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I probably didn't check use alpha. Oh my god. But yeah, in the 3D one, which I'll show you guys because I have to go through the list of all the 3D ones, and add all the sub names to them because I check once a month. Well, I'm going to be checking once a month. Also, I think I just opened 3 of them, so that's cool, I guess. All right, this one. Yeah, export, add to render queue. Stream, nope. Lucky Charm. Yes, add the render queue render. Go insane, make them glitter, make it rain. Oh, let me see them. Yes, I did it! It's so fucking subtle, but I love it. Yeah. Fucking smart, dude. Except I open fucking 4 substance painter things. Alright, and now my computer has to calm the fuck down because I freaked it out because I opened too many things. You know what? Chat, do you want to watch? Chat, I bet you want to watch Our Friends, don't you? Where's the multi-twitch? Where's the multi-twitch? The fuck? Really, really want, I wanna. I really, really want. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna. Really wanna zig. Oh, there it is. Give me, make it fast. 4D. Whoa. Really just fine. What I really, really want. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna. They really wanna zig. My lover, got it with my friends. You want to lover, friendship lover. Be my lover, you have got to say it. It's too easy, that's the way it is. Why is this not working? Is it because I bet you $10 it's not working because I have fucking graphic acceleration on. Okay, there has to be a plugin to turn it on and off. With my friend. Just review. There we go. A to Z. Graphic acceleration. Ew, this looks so gross. That is a setting, right? With your friends. Shortcut for video acceleration. Allows any user to specify for speed up or slow down. Settings. Cookies, bookmarks. I'm presuming that this one is the only one that has it. So I'll get just get this one. You're a papa. 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 Oh, ew, is that just what it does? Oh boy. Oh my god, this doesn't do what I wanted to do. Roof and brave. Fuck off. Quick turn off and turn on graphic acceleration brake. Is there not a button for it? Like, toggle. Without going into. I don't want to go into the settings every time. Actually, could I just do that? And then just relaunch. Chat iPad. Why can't I see the streams? I'm crying crazy. I got boy problems. That's you and me. Why is multi-twitch not working? That's so weird. I go here. Cool, it does. Okay. Okay, here already in my DM. Okay, maybe this one I like more. Wait. Okay. Edit. Multi-twitch. Hi, Dip! Hi, how are you? Oh, face. Okay, I need to import this into the scene so I can see how it looks. With the bomb lighting. Aww, I love the wings. The wings are so cute. You got a pride one, and you have one for Lala. Very cute. Oh shit, I didn't change iPad screen. Multi-twitch. There you go. Yeah, that kind of works. Is it, like, low? No, this one's just taller. Filters. Rotation, position. Ooh. Oh, BD went offline. Okay. I think that's better. I say as I kind of see like black borders. There you go. Fixed it. I want to copy this. Give me. Close. Cool. Alright, cool. And then let's do the building assets, and then we'll take the toggle off. And then we're going to turn this off. Just so I can see what I'm doing. Just the way you are. The way you are. Oh, this would be new folder, textures. The way you are. That's what I thought. Okay, cool. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Need to see. I think I like that. That's a hard I think. I can't super tell. Nobody's content. Most it's eventually so. I think the thing that is troubling me is that there's no, like, I think there should be like a chord here. I will take this guy. You're making me out ordinary. I'm just up in the clouds, just though we found something. Let's see, and then this can go here. The clouds. Bless hallelujah. Bless advancedgg. My life I drew ya. Take my breath. Oh, Maddie Madeline, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday. I just realized it still says the Binding of Isaac. I'm sorry if you followed because you thought I was playing the Binding of Isaac. Song request, TLC friends. I got you. That is not how our song requests work, unfortunately, but I got you. Add the queue. There you go. This is how song requests work. Song request. That's not how it works. Nope, that's not. That is not how it works, unfortunately. That's how that works. There you go. Reset. Make it a bit bigger. Bring it up here. Up. Mirror. Oh. Um. Actually, I think this is wrong. It is wrong. Then is this across the z-axis? Nope. Okay. We'll just let's combine. Maybe a song request. One. Let's do that many. Reset. This has to be the tiniest noose. It's the one way of dealing with mice, I guess. It's a chord. All right, listen here, bucko. Just because it's noose shape does not mean it is for noose things. And also, have you ever thought that maybe I made it because... Oh god, this is like bad. Have you ever considered that it's because I made this and it's a very complicated shape to make in 3D, and I didn't want to make it again because there's a bigger noose over here. I made this one. This one's bigger. Is that better? No, I made this one. It's bigger. It's not that big, but it's bigger. No, that's far too much power for someone else's project. Oh. Wait, why? But it looks like keep up the great work. Thank you. This needs a new... This is like so not even. It's fucking crazy, actually. That's like... Ugh. I don't think I would do it like this, I'm gonna be honest. If this were me... Oh my god, it looks so bad. Okay, hold on. Okay, and then duplicate. Plus. It took it down like a little bit. Alright, how does that look? Oh, I see. This is very true, actually. Hold on. The queue skip. There you go. I fixed it. Hi, Nami! That is not the song you requested either. I got this. You as well like the K-pop Demon Hunters? Who's your favorite character? I'm curious. Mira is bae, understandable. I really like Zoe and Rumi. They're my top two, personally. Because I relate. But I do love the romance demon. That's valid. There we go. You think that looks better? You know, it would be better if I, made it as long as it needed to be. He said my soul would have been sucked by demons. You know, that's just kind of how it be, you know? I get it. Honestly, I get it. Come on. So charms. I don't know if I like this. I think that's okay. Alright, export textures. This is, where's my preset? LM. My preset. This one. Revisited. Subcharm textures. Select folder. Down. This is not. I just realized this. Oh, I added the whole playlist. Okay, well, we're gonna listen to the whole playlist, I guess. There was a rumor. I did give this coping, but they're gonna make it 2. I'm gonna be personal, honest. I hope they don't. I'd rather, for the rest of my life, yearn for a second one than there be a second one and me be sad that it isn't as good as I want it to be. Personally. It's obvious. I think if this is brown. Go back. Great connection. I think this is like a brown. For real, yeah. Cause like, what if it's not as good? I'm gonna be so sad. I'm gonna be like, what? What? Actually, you know what? Oh my god, this is not at all how I was hoping it would look. Yeah. I feel like a prequel would be good though with Rumi's mom's team. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, prequel I think would be good. Because I feel like we can kind of guess what Huntrix's like life is gonna be like after everything that happened. But I feel like definitely what the fuck is happening? Oh, it's done. But I think we could definitely like do with like one of seeing like how the past generations worked. What is happening? A new era. There you go. Dun, dun, dun. My wife's personality is Mira. That's fucking sick though. On God. I like that. That's cool. Slowly recentering this. And that's pretty recentered. Um. Oops. Oh, what has happened here? There you go. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, oh my god, oh my god. I like when Guima was like, My Little Soda Pop. Huh? It's catchy. And I was like, yeah, it is. So to be fair, it's not one of my favorites only because like I've had enough of my Korean boy band era, you know, personally. It's a moment. It is. It definitely fucking is. Oops. Cool. Going up, 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 without a moment. Where are we going? Where are we going? I've been missing villain songs, but Soda Pop be tickling that brain. I know, right? But to be fair, in my opinion, the real bad guy in that movie was Rumi's stepmom. Rumi's stepmom was kind of a bitch, to be honest. In my opinion. My personal opinion. The more hiding, I go shining. I comes wanna be. A haunted spirit is strong. Pop up, it's a moment. For real, she kind of cooked. I know. There was an interesting fan theory actually. In all of the eras, they have like a holographic material that kind of represents the like when Rumi's ooh, share it with me. You know how like Rumi, when she accepts herself, she has like iridescent like scars. Well, every generation wears like iridescence with kind of the demon patterns on it, except for her mom's generation. And so like people were like, I wonder if like that's like a thing, is like her mom's generation was the only generation that didn't really have like true harmony of light and dark. Let's get this down a little bit. This one. Exports. Posters. Yep. Oh yeah, I've been thinking about that. Yeah, I just thought that was cool. I like a lot of the fan theories that come out about it because I really like being able. It's really cool because I've watched this like with the people that have been watching it, so it's kind of nice of like, oh, like the people that overanalyze the show. I get to understand what they mean because I was there. I watched the show or the movie, and I'm like, yes. Definitely come out this way. Not this way. There we go. Hey, merch of the tiger. I do too. Low key, I was contemplating giving BLT the demon tiger teeth. Give him a little extra teeth. Because I love that guy. If I could steal that guy and make him my own, I would. But that's illegal, so. My thoughts was the power of the Hanmoon was distorted of the because of the yeah, because they were less and less like trying to take care of themselves. There was a pic with the VA having the tiger plush. What? I don't really like this plush, but there is a plush. Apparently you could pre-order it. I don't know if this is a real Netflix thing, but I don't like these ones. These like look bad. Oh. This plush looks bad though. Low key, this plush is kind of bad. Like low key, kind of sucks. It's just very flat. I don't like it. It's scuff. It kind of looks cute. Yeah, it's like kind of cute, but also like, damn, Netflix gonna show a few more dollars for it. Shit. God damn. There you go. I think I like it. Yeah, take. Also, I loved, and quite a few people have like commented on this. I love the fact that Rumi, when this scene happens, Rumi's kind of like, oh shit, we're still doing this song? Oh fuck. And then she like immediately like locks in though and still does the dance and the singing and everything, even though like they weren't gonna do it. And I was like, oh. 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 TikTok of Arden Cho and her BF jamming out to the soundtrack? Fuck yeah. So obvious. I'm gonna change these charm BC. It's just easier to read, and I'm gonna change it in my thing too. But, what? I want to know who taught the demons the choreo. Probably Jinu. I would expect it's Jinu. Ready for the takedown. Tag. Okay. Ooh. I think it's this one. Charm. Charm. Blue, red, and yellow. They have a hierarchy though? Gold is the accent color. What is it on I want to see what it's the color order. It's red, yellow, blue. Okay. Here one. Have you seen the concept art? I have. Not all of it, I feel like. I know, I remember they were like, they were gonna give her, Zoe, they were gonna give her like longer hair. And how they were supposed to kiss? They were supposed to kiss? I get why they didn't kiss, but they could have kissed. I was like, oh. Reach into the quiet. Yeah, see? Zoe was gonna have long hair. Or I'm in the way, hold on. She doesn't have long green hair. But I like that she doesn't. Cause like, to be fair, Mira and Rumi's hair would be such high maintenance, whereas Zoe's would be less, which I feel like would make sense, honestly, from being in America. Personally, there's a concept of Gui Ma being in the bathhouse aesthetic. What the fuck? Gui Ma. I'm very interested in what that means. Nope, go away. If it's her cute vibe, I think so too. One who loves your scent is underneath your skin. Dude, yeah, send it to me. My sister-in-law was like, he died? I mean, we're not technically sure if he, you know, dies. He could just go to another realm. You know? But technically his soul lives on with Rumi, if you think about it that way. Why can't I rename this? I agree with the coat. Thank you. God damn it. Blue is last, right? Blue is last on Rumi on Zoe's thing? It is last. Okay. I'm making that tier 3. We have to have another one. Filter. This song, I will say, when I heard this one, this was very unexpected to me. Not like unexpected as in like I didn't expect her to like feel this way or sing a song like this. I guess I don't know. Like it's good, I just didn't expect Okay, I just want to see. Oh, I guess it's fine. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. That's better. I like the brighter blue. And then what about the yellow? Worried about the yellow. I think I have to adjust the yellow just a little bit. Oh, that's what I was, okay. Yeah, there you go. I like that more. Cool. Alright, and then if we never face it. Okay. Save. File open. File new. It'd be file new. Alright, I'm gonna go get a little snack and then I will be back. So I'm gonna just take a few minutes. I'm gonna get up, stretch, get a snacky. I love you guys. I'll be right back. Oh fuck, okay. I'll be right back. Alright. I'm back. I'm back. And this song reminds me of my parents. My mom and my grandmother really like songs like this. From, like, Korean culture, because, I mean, Korean. They just really like this genre. Found it, I sent it to you, Pog. This was my first drawing of Genu when I tried to pitch the demon world would be inspired by a bathhouse only to have Genu introduce glistening steam. Bima also had many variations here. He's regaining his strength in the spa. God damn. We were robbed. I like that they kept, like, the demons pretty similar. Oh, that's so cool. Him having a bit more of a... Okay. Okay. Him having Guima having a bit more of a physical form. I also like the fan theory that Rumi is Guima's granddaughter. I really like that. I don't know why, but I do. This is all very interesting that this is how I decided to do this. Yes, I see. Okay. Not that one. This is gonna be... And now... I hide everything but those. This guy should go with the objects. Export, yes. Edit, re-import. Oh wait, what? Hold on. And then the rest of this should have panels, wood beam, wood panels. Okay, color me confused. Hold on. What has toggled wall on it? It'll only be one. Oh, you have toggled wall. You should just be wall. Dang it. Oop. Export. Actually, history. Export. Framework, yes. Actually, export. And then this will be the asset framework. Yep. And this will be asset toggled wall. Yes. Alright, back to DJ. Product was yours. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Now we can turn toggled wall off. Forget. That makes sense. Alright, let's bake 5 maps! I'll let my computer do its thing. Let me check my phone. I have to respond to an email, but I will respond to it once it's loaded. Actually, no, I'll do it later. I don't want to do it right now. Fog, and then what does the toggled wall look like? Does it look okay? Yeah, it looks alright. Cool. Now we remove all of that base color. Okay. And then we look up stylized edits. Does it automatically put in the right AO? I think it does. Fog? Nope, not that. Boop. Let's do toggle that off. Look at that. Oh shit. Okay. Let's do this gradient. And then I want this gradient to move down. Like that. Yeah. Boop. Yes, I like how this is looking already. Oh, this makes me so happy. Move this guy. Yes. Oh my god. It's already coming together. Because I made a good workflow. Can you believe it, chat? 85. I have to see what that's about. Let me see. Does it happen on the other side too? Not really. I think it'll be okay though. Right, because this is coming from, yeah. And we remove this guy. And honestly, I would just make this a bit lighter because I don't want it to be so dark. Oh, look at that, chat. Oh, it looks so nice already. Makes me happy. Okay, so for wood panels, I'm thinking of taking the color that is in my overlay. I feel like that doesn't look bad. I definitely want to make this bigger though. Actually, I'm not going to see it from that angle. It doesn't really matter, I think. I need to open the pure ref that has this in its previous one though. Alright, yeah. Yeah, this, like, detailing that I did, I feel like just wasn't it, you know? Like, maybe it can be it now, but, like, a big maybe. Big maybe. Wonder. Okay, and then this is the base. Oh, these are the wood beams, which I think are what I think they are. Yes. Okay, cool. I think the darker accent looks nice, especially on the window. I think it looks nice. I just realized something that I'm gonna have to do for all these, and I'm sad. That'll be okay. For the door, I think I kind of want this base brown back into it. Yes, yes I do. But now the walls. Okay, so well, let me grab colors. Actually, I can just do it this way. I want to go to color palette creator. Howdy, start the generator. Okay. This one, this is locked. And put that back on. Wood beams only. And then this one, and then lock it. I like this green, I think. That's not bad. Ooh, maybe pale dogwood? Pale dogwood's not a bad color. Ew, it's a lot of warm. I will say it's a lot of warm. What about this one? Let's duplicate. Now I have options. That feels too cold, maybe? Too cold? There's a periwinkle in there, pale purple. Ooh, Misty Rose could be nice. Again, we're back at the warms. Maybe that's not a bad thing. I'm just going to export textures. I want to test it. Textures, new folder, framework. Take me out. Boop 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 boop. Or boop boop. My presets. Boop, boop. Export. And we're gonna open Marmoset, not Affinity. Not Affinity. Open recent. This one. Believe in you. I know I won't be leaving here with you. Yeah. Okay. Frosted glass, Lambert, wall, framework, wall. Excuse me? Okay. Is it the, oh no, it's this one, right? Yeah. Should be wall. Oh, I know the problem here. Bloop, 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 bloop. And then where's framework? This one. Go back, go to exports. This is S. Framework. Wait, motherfuckers. It's all about this he said, she said bullshit. Okay, it would be an order wall. Okay. Framework wall. Toggled wall. It literally says toggled wall. It literally said toggled wall. Like, fucker. It's one of those days. Wood panels. Roughness. Roughness. Fuzzy black detailed door. Why is the wall still not rough? Not that it super matters, I guess. Is this too much brown? Can one have too much brown in their scene? Because I'm kind of wondering if I have too much brown. Switching the tone of the ceiling to be lighter. Okay. The ceiling. This one. And add a black mask and add it to this guy. Or fantasy cottage. That's valid. Shift E. Do panels export. That's true, huh? That's not bad. That's not bad. Barn. I think it's because everything is fucking wood in a barn. Literally fucking everything is wood. Excuse me. Maybe it needs a small loft over the window. What does that mean? What does that mean? In my eardrums, dum dum. Yum yum. I think it's this. I think the walls are just because it's white. It looks more like a cottage. Come on, but us. Fuck the rest of them. Fuck 'em all but us. Barn interior. Yeah, because it's wood. It's just wood, chat. It's all just wood. Okay, so what if I took color? A space about the length of the bed that helps fill the open space in the upper half. Oh, you mean like a loft up here? I could. It just would become a bit cluttered because we have like stuff hanging from the ceiling. That's my only problem. Make it a nook or a place to store more things. That's valid. I mean, we have the whole lower section of the barn for storage stuff as well. Brown, 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 brown. Brown, brown, brown. Oh, that's the wrong one. Export. That is too much brown. That is way too much brown. I think I like this color. You aren't wrong about it looking more like a cottage. Black mask, I have an idea. Invert. And contrast. Doubtful. Yeah. Find some kind of wallpaper? I could, yeah. This is true. Ew, ew, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Hold on. TV editor, you? What the fuck is happening here? Is that fine now? It's fine now. Mayhaps it maybe look like logs? Yeah, actually a nice direction. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like faux wood logs. Maybe people are like, oh, why are these wood logs different? It's because I painted them on. You know, like that shitty like wood wall paper. You know, like this shit, like the plastic rolls that have like the printed pattern of wood. It's what I used. Wow. What am I doing? Oh, right. I was going to re-export. Right. This is part of the barn. Yes, it is the upstairs of the barn. Oh, boy. There we go. There we go. And let's go to wall. You plan on making other rooms? Maybe a basement. That's the only other thing I'm thinking about making is like a lower floor. So essentially, you know how like these barns have lofts? Essentially mine's like one of these barns, except it was made into a separate like room because it's so small. It's kind of like this. So it's like it has a room and then it has a way out and then down. That's my plan, I think. Oh, the backside is not optimized, but that's okay. We're never gonna see that side. Hopefully. Hey dude, how's it going? It's going good. How are you? I'm just trying to figure out art. I don't hate it. I'll say that. I don't hate it. I think it works for a more cozy vibe as a living space then and you can force on the more bar for the basement. That's what I was thinking as well, was kind of like the upstairs just kind of became like you, Chat, and we just fucking fucked around and we made it into a cozy space, and then the downstairs is much more like a barn. Made some easy tacos, so I'm happy. Yum. Why stop at the basic basement and make it a bar? I think it's because I'm not much of a drinker. I don't drink that much. I hate alcohol. I don't hate it. I like some alcohol, but it tastes better to me. Not my vibe. Not my vibe. Maybe keep it like this. Yeah, and because we're gonna add a lot of like texture pattern from the shadows and stuff. You could also pull the Minecraft trick of making some panels older or different colors. Ooh, I like that idea. Actually, I do like that idea a lot. I want to make this taller though. Could be a juice bar or an ice cream shop. Juice bar is a good idea. I do like the juice bar idea. Serve milkshakes and such. That's a good idea. Can't deny you on that. The only problem I have right now is that these two don't align. Which is my own thing, and I can fix that myself. I just think that is the way I want to fix that. Call it cream of the crop. Ooh, that's actually really good. Cream of the crop. Oh, that actually lines up like right here really nicely, actually. Very interesting. I don't know how I feel. I do like this, like it having less, I think. Height min, height balance, slope. Yeah, X. Bricks. What they say is true. Would never be with your feelings true. Surprised you don't have the glow in the dark stars on the ceiling. I did. There was a version that I had of that. It's this one. Did I have it? No, see, it's this one. I drew glow in the dark stars, and then it just disappeared, I guess. I remember I liked how this one looked. I liked it even more now. We definitely have to do a day-night like a day-night version. I think. No, we should just do golden hour. I just like golden hour. I think I have to do this one instead. Hardness, number Y. That's fine. I know your brain at this point. On night mode could be for longer breaks. Ooh, that's a good point. I like that idea. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Alright, and does this make sense? I don't know if this makes sense. I think it makes sense. I think it does. Let's export it and see how it looks in the scene. I don't know if it becomes too noisy or not. Because I kind of like it because it kind of fills in like all this like any empty space I have on the walls, but at the same time it's kind of like I am conflicted. Are they usually horizontal barn interiors? Barn interiors are usually vertical as well. Maybe if I make it vertical, I'll like it more. I don't know if this is the case, but we'll try it. I feel like I like it more. Hold on, let me fix this. Oh, I didn't. Oh, you know what? Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Okay. Toggle wall. Boop. Yep. Export. There we go. I don't wanna rage. I'm not in a cage. I kind of wanted to meet the tiling that's on the top. Like that, I think. I don't wanna rage, I'm still just a renegade. 1001? No. Oh, interesting. I don't know how I feel about it. Let me also bring in some charm. Science. Oh, there you are. Visited subcharm texture. Let's do tier 1. I think I'm just gonna have to add like the details and then see if I want to add the paneling again. I think that's my main issue here. This is silence. We are still mistaken. Reading. Okay.
Gotta grab my tablet.
In your head, in your head. Boop. Someday. Paint. I need my BLT brush. My brush stroke opacity. Let's take it 40. Actually, this should be bigger. Actually, I should do this on like the other side. Half the size. I need to bake. I need to rebake the wall. Ah! My substance painter crashed, and now I'm sad. Did you fucking save the file at all? That was my friend. Got ties with all the lies. You're such a you to me again. Understand? Oh, you son of a bitch. Ugh. Oh, there's something. I just spooked my sister-in-law. What'd you do? How'd you spook her? You've been living in. This time to see me again. Fake. That's my wife for ice cream, and she's hanging out in her room. Okay. Oh, cancel. For you to know but the best way would step back from that ledge, my friend. Cut ties with all the lies that you've been living in. If you don't want to see me again, understand. It's weird, but okay. And paint. Cat brush. I'm gonna break this down to 40. Let's see what happens if we use this color instead. multiply layer. Boop. That is too warm and too bright. There you go. UV. She would step back from ledge, my friend. She would step back from that ledge, my friend. She would step back from that ledge, my friend. Understand. 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 Have you checked the fridge? Oh, no. He does, doesn't he? A little bit. Well, the new section. I fucking love that. I fucking love that. I don't want this to... Yeah, a little bit more, a little less. Yeah. By the way, where does BLT sleep? In my bed. We all sleep together in my bed. Perfect. Why? Why do you say that? Wait, that's weird. Why do you say it like that? What's happening? Like a nice big sleepover. Why?
I sleep where the perverts wish they could. I cuddle mother every night.
You do. I guess this is true. This is true. Whenever Tell is free for it, I'll be updating an art piece of mine, and BLT will be sleeping on. It'll be great. Just you guys wait. I feel like I need my glasses. I do have my glasses. Alright, if my face tracking is weird, it's because I'm wearing what? I will not accept this. She fucking hurt my tit today. She drew blood from my tit. That's not allowed. I will give her no mercy. No mercy! Your father's too sweet on you, Moira. You broke skin!
Stay in the
Baby.
box. No! Stay in the box now! Get out of my skin!
She's like, no, I don't want to be upside down. What is this? I like this. Thank you for the wellness check. Oh, I want to change this corner up a little bit. And then I will drink some water. There you go. I have to bug you during my dinner break. Understandable. No, this is very valid. I have to turn my light down. Ah, no, I just turned change the color. What? What do you mean I changed the... What do you mean? It's not the brightness on it? What the... I thought that... Oh my god. Oh! Bleepo. Bleepo. Fucking bitch ass. Fucking... No. Okay. You want me to get fucked up? Oh god. Or if it'd be better to do it like this. And then... Okay. Base color. Get the fuck out of my face. Wall. Nope. Nope. Yep. Just looking for I'm about to ditch. Everybody give me shit. I'm never going to be like this. You say you love me. That's funny. Who do I? Alright. Alright. For a good time. When did you make it purr? Pinky kinky, but I come first. Got time. So for the joyride, eyes on the road. A little horror, but oops. I want to make that a hard line. Her mother. I'm going to be like this. Get bird, you can get to icon first. I think I like that. I definitely think drawing this organically what is better than trying to make a line and then erasing the line. At least for my brain. I'm a bitch. Keeping you up. The temperature is on the stone. Keeping you up. That right temperature, you won't stop. Only keeping you up. That right temperature, you from the start. What do I think of this? I want to try this one more time. Paint. Like bigger, broader strokes. Another way. You are, you got the right temperature. Oh my god. Alright. I think I like that more, the more just bold streakiness of that. Let's do like a full pass. How this would look. Oops, oops, oops. People arguing outside. I think it's my downstairs neighbors that are fighting. That's glorious. Just love my fucking neighbors. When is it inappropriate to yell shut the fuck up at people that don't really need to argue? They're arguing over something stupid. Oh, now the baby's crying. Oh, fuck. He's going. This to be lower. A bit much. Oh my god, you guys want to hear something crazy yesterday? Okay, so yesterday I was hanging out like after stream, talking to Pixels and stuff, and I think Pixels went to go do something. I'm gonna be honest. I might have heard something rocking below me. Just saying. Not trying to say a lot, but I'm just saying. Also, I don't know if anybody else has this feeling towards it. But like, okay, if I hear someone doing the do near me, I'd much rather hear like the noises than just like a quiet bed creaking, cause like, in my opinion, that means you're not having fun. High key, not having fun in that room, you know? Kind of fucking boring ass shit's happening down there, in my opinion, you know? Not that I really want to know, because I'd probably be bored to death, but still. Like, I'd rather hear the noises, because then I can block it out thinking someone's just watching something. Whereas, like, if someone's... You voyeur? What? Do you not feel the same about it, though? Like, I feel like, you know, just hearing the bread creak, I'd be like, kind of sad. I feel like it's kind of sad. Boom, 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 boom. I'm just saying. I feel like it'd be kind of boring in there. All I'm saying. I'm not trying to say a lot. No, I'm just saying it could be a little boring. Tell them. I'm not gonna tell them. Fuck that. They argue all, like, they used to argue all the time. I'm not fucking with that. I'll keep my peace. They can fucking shut the fuck up, you know? I don't really care. You doing your own home is your own thing. I'm just saying. Boring as fuck. You're not making at least a little bit of noise. Are you really having that much fun? Is my thing. That's all I gotta say about it. I also don't like this blue. Fake IDs. And say my face. You say la vie. Say la vie. I'm tighten. Maybe they like being quiet? It's fucking weird, dude. I guess. But that's kind of weird. I don't know. I just feel like you can't have fun if you do that, you know? You're just not having that much fun. Let me look at my references, because I don't know if I'm doing this right still. Okay. I think I am. I don't know. I don't know. Now I'm thinking about it more. Like, I feel like you're really not having fun. Where's the thrill of it? De La Vie. Good. It's KFC. No fake IDs. Yeah. I feel like maybe the top should be like lesser though. More close to the edge, maybe. I love you. Pardon me. Give me lobotomy. If I'm swiping. Yeah, I think that's better. I feel like it really only needs like the up and down, like the top and the bottom. I don't really think it needs like the sides. Yeah, there you go. I gotta readjust in my chair. Ugh. I don't like wearing my glasses cause it makes my eyes sleepy. Take them off. Alright. Pardon me. Lobotomy. Yeah, I like that. Is this spacing on this weird? That's it. Lobotomy. I'm sorry, this. Nice. Oops. Do this one. Go this way. Yeah, I like this side more. I kind of bring in a little bit of that. British. That's what my brain thought the first, right as I heard this. I was like, British? Maybe not British. Maybe wrong? Maybe incorrect. Also, I apologize if I'm a bit more quiet today. I'm just kind of vibing, and so I hope that's okay. Because, like, I'll be real with you guys. I was considering it because I was talking to Bobby about it, of taking today off and just not streaming. But honestly, that would just be worse for my mental health because, like, I like being here. I love being here. Streaming honestly makes my day a lot better. So, but, you know, in line with self-care, I just kind of want to vibe. I don't want to always, like, sometimes I don't always want to be talking. I mean, I always want to be talking to you guys, but sometimes I don't have a stream of consciousness that I necessarily have. Okay, I'm not really into the song. The song is putting me to sleep. Sure. I perchance fell asleep. Did you sleep good? You have a good nap? I'm glad that you slept. Did you sleep good? I hope you slept good. Like how this looks. Softly. I did. I'm glad. Oh, I'm glad you slept well. It makes me happy. You deserve good nappies. Good nappies. Put a band-aid on my titty. I have a band-aid on my titty. Don't question my madness. I want it because it's the truth. Is it too much of the truth? I don't care. Do I have a band-aid in here? I think I have a band-aid in here. These all kind of suck. I'll take this one, I guess. I'll take this one because this is the one I have. The JPEG? Fuck off. Okay. Where did it save? What? Oh, there. Oop. There we go. Oh. There you go. Now I have a band-aid on my boobie. Just like in real life. Who the fuck is yelling so loud that it sounds like they're fucking in a gymnasium out my window? It's gonna drive me nuts. Yeah, I like that a lot more. I'll have to do it around the window area too, though. They overheard you talking about them being quiet during boing sessions and now they're fighting about it. Good. Good. Because they need to be asking each other if they're quiet because they want to be quiet or if they're quiet because they're not stimulating each other. And that's an important talk. Well, maybe it's important to one of them. Like, it's when you have a partner, it's important to talk about those kind of things because, like, if you're not seeing eye to eye, it can be a big thing that leads to dissatisfaction in a relationship. So it's important that if it's something that is not satisfying you and you're with, especially if you know, you're in a married relationship, like, it's important to talk about. At least in my opinion. Like, yeah, anybody can be bad in bed. Wait, what did I miss? Oh, okay, so I'll tell you the story. So yesterday I was hanging out with Pixels and he got up to do something, and in the lull of the quietness I heard bed creaking, and I was like, oh, that's kind of weird. Because in my opinion, if you're gonna have sex, have fun with it. Be loud, you know? And stuff. And then Odie was like, well, maybe they like being quiet. And then a few minutes later, I heard fighting outside my window. Like a few seconds ago, I guess. And he was like, well, maybe they're arguing because, like, you know, you heard them shaboinking. And so that's where we're at. It's like, I honestly think if you're in a relationship and you're not being fulfilled in those aspects, you should talk about it. Talk about it. Because anybody, literally your soulmate could be bad in bed. But that doesn't mean they can't learn to take care of you in the way that you want. That just comes down to communication. And communication is so important. Because, in my opinion, literally anything can work out as long as you communicate. In my opinion, literally anything will work out if you communicate. But there's also have to be communication and respect of the communication. So the other person can't just be like, oh, I listen, and then they do nothing. It's a listen, and then you act on it. Hi, Andrea! You can't see, but I'm waving. Hi! Can't wait till my wave emote comes in. But, yeah, that's just my emotions on it. It's just like, I honestly think anything could work out if you talk about it. I'm good. I'm just having a vibing day, chillax, and just doing art that I want to, not trying to think about much else. Other than, I guess, communication and sex, I guess. I don't like this color that I'm using. I feel like it's making the shadows make it look like dirty. And that's not really what I want. I think it's the AO. We have more steps. Or less steps. Maybe more steps is good. I want to try a different baking method though for the ambient occlusion. I'll try it now. Uniform maybe? Ambient occlusion. Oh damn, that looks so fucking nice. Okay, I'm trying to think of. I need some sleep. Yeah, I think I like that more. Take this back down to 11, I think though. Okay, that's not 11. I think I like that. What I say is I like kind of go in between. I think I like that. I think what I really don't like is that, so I'm gonna add a paint layer. I don't like how rounded it makes the wall. I'm addicted, it's a crisis. I'm lazy. I'm affected if I keep it up like a lovesick crackhead. Boy, it's hard to find. I did all the time. Alright, how is that? Hopefully that won't feel so routed against the wall. Yeah, I think that's better. What happens is, dude, we were literally talking about that earlier. We are too. We are too. We were listening to the whole album earlier. Who's your favorite? Who is your favorite? I watched it 3 times now. We've been talking about it a lot the last few days. Personally. Sorry when you're with me. We're going over like fan theories and stuff. Pretty fun. I got a question. I'm a party in my basement. New make heartbeat like an 808 drum. Is my love your drug? Oh my god. Okay, well, that's just how it's gonna have to be, I guess. Hehe, Derpy Cat is my favorite. I love the cat, dude. I love it when he's like, when he knocks over the trash can, and because you learn what you learn with the flower pot, you're like. But to be fair, I'm surprised that Mira didn't notice. I'm gonna be completely honest. That Rumi was sitting on a tiger. God is listening to us. What? What? Yeah. Like a lullaby. This is very interesting. Oh, it's done. I don't think I like that as much. I know. It happened yesterday too when we were talking about League of Legends. They played one of the Arcane songs and I was like, what the fuck? Wait, you know what? I'm here for it. I love Mira's voice in that part. Husband, like a lullaby. I'm gonna show you how it's done, done, done. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun. Fucking Rumi's voice is crazy though, on God. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Honestly, there was someone in here earlier, I think it was Nami, talking about how there was like rumors that there would be a 2. I don't want a 2, but we were talking about how it would be cool to have a prequel. I think it would be cool to have a prequel actually of not only the previous generations, but also Rumi, Zoe, and like Mira like meeting each other. I think that would have been really cool too. Yeah, prequel, yeah. Cause like, I don't know, I think it's just like it's really good how it tied everything off. And I feel like it's perfection, and if they change that, it's gonna be kind of like eh. Or like add more to it, it'll be a bit eh. But I really feel like if they did like a prequel of talking about like how Zoe and Mira and them all met, that would be really nice. But it's my hopes and prayers. I love the animation so much because it's not bound by physics, so the camera can. Yes, I love especially like all the expressiveness, because understanding as a 3D modeler myself, obviously I understand like how hard it could be to make that expressions, because like the expressiveness in K-pop Demon Hunters, like there's a few ways they could do it expressive, of how they could make the phrases become so expressive, and it's either like morph targets of like they have like a separate model. Yeah, like here, like they probably had like a separate model, or they just really heavily modify the base model. I think for like this one, they probably just had like a morph target that like is a separate model that has this face. Same with like this one. And it's really cool to see that, because that is a lot of work. That is a lot of work. And I appreciate it. It's great. Like this, love it. Love it a lot. I wonder how this would look at black mask. Time to use the grill again. What are you making this time? What are you making this time? Oh, I fucking did. Maybe curvature would be better though. Since I was last night, my insides hate me. Understandable. Have fun. Balance distance. Contrast. Where is... What is that? What is this? Is that this? What Well, that's okay, because I haven't done anything too specific to it. UV editor. Select objects. It's you. No. Honestly? Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some more water. Get a bit of a stretching. Alrighty. All this time, I'm still into you. Unfold, optimize. Unfold, optimize. This guy. After all this time, I'm still into you. Oop. Export framework. Yep. Reimport. Would be more panels. Would be more. Beam. I'm into you. Back to base color. Interesting. I don't want to do what I'm thinking I'm gonna do, but if I don't do it, I think it won't look as good, and so I am sad. So let's get her done. Cards, want it fast, want it hard. Okay, I just want to make a change. Oh God. Thank you for the save check. That's actually a really good idea. Thank you. Shut it water. Shut it water. It's gonna take so long for me to do. Actually, this would help. Your possessions will possess you. TV taught me how to feel. Life has no appeal. It's gonna take so long. Exactly what I want. About that though. Oh God. I know exactly what I want and who I want to be. I talk and talk like a machine. Okay, this part's not necessary. Oh, right, this is no longer gonna work. But if I do it, it'd be faster. Okay. But it doesn't matter because it doesn't light up. Oh my god. Alright, you know what I'm gonna do? 2D. Make it a big fucking window. Make it a big fuck off window. Okay. If I don't look, actually, add a paint. Yeah. If I don't look at the 3D model, I won't know how far along in the process I am unless I zoom out and look at the UV maps, which I probably won't do. Oh gosh, okay. Okie dokie. There we go. I don't know what this belongs to, but I'm hoping it's needed. Actually, let's not do that one in case. Do the ones that we know for a fact are needed. I have to figure out what would be easier for me. I think it'd be important to turn this back on. Oh, I remembered I did this so that way I could just select faces. Oh shit. Yeah, I mean, I could still do that, I think. Wait, why wouldn't curvature then work for this? Actually. I didn't bevel those? Well, it's okay.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Hello, beach seller, how you doing? I don't really like this either. Curvature, sharp. Do it like this, maybe? That's like how as much as I want. I'm doing good. I'm glad. No, not large. No. Really easy. Mm. Mm. I don't like this all that much. It feels like it should work though. Let's turn the wireframe off again. Okay. I'll just keep it this way. And then... What would be easier with a headlamp? Oh, what the fuck? I want something else. Do this. Want something else. Say goodbye. I'm gonna test something though. Maybe paint. We do this. I want something else. You say. Is there a way to toggle wireframe in Substance Painter? Toggle wireframe Substance Painter. I don't think there is a hotkey for it. You know what I'll do instead? You. There you go. Like that. What? Oh, I see. Let's do layers. Let's do this color. Let's go. Oh my god. Okay. I did not expect this to have so many. What the fuck? Oh, bang! I know! Our POV Hello, Raiders! How was your stream? Did you have a good stream? I sure hope that you did. How was art? How was art? If you don't know Gore, please go follow them. We love them so much. And if you're new here, hello. Eileen, hello, Shy. I saw you were doing peak earlier. I was lurking. I know what you were doing. I'm gonna shit myself while I rated. Oh, okay. Have fun with the poo-poo in your pants. Be sure to wipe. That's all I gotta say, I think. It was peak. I finished the game for the first time. Nice. I want to get the game, but I'm currently saving quite money each fourth. But I am elated to play it when I get the time to. Love the music choice. Thank you. I'm crying in the toilet for you, BB. I hope you're having a relaxing time. I am. I'm just kind of vibing. I'm not putting too much stress on me talking. I'm just listening to the music with chat. And then if something comes up, I talk about it. Or something comes up, you talk about it. And we talk about it. But otherwise, we just vibing. Oh, I probably should do an introduction. Hi, my name's Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow, on all my socials. I am the VTuber. I like to be the VTuber Whiplash, because one second we'll be modeling a very cozy, comfy little 3D scene for us, and the other moment I'll talk about why you shouldn't be quiet during sex. You know? All of the above. And now I'm gonna talk about how my tummy hurts, because my tummy hurts. My tummy is hurting. Stop hurting. I have the right to be hurting right now. Oh my god, I only got one side done. Doesn't take so long. It's the one thing I don't like about 3D art. But you still gotta manually do all this shit. So funny emote. But yeah, Gord, please take care of yourself. Otherwise, I hope you have a good time vibing here with us. Boop. 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 Just like the ocean. Give me a love or else forget about it. Okay, I definitely want that to pop more. It's very subtle. Add filter. Or oh.
Someone take away my heat access, I burned my hands again, mother.
Oh. But if I take it away, how are you gonna learn? Be real with me here. If I take away your heat privileges, won't that just want you to... You want to mess with fire again. So, to be frank, I don't think that's the play. I think the play is to keep letting you do it, kiss your boo-boos when you feel bad, and then keep going. Because you won't learn if I take it away from you. That's my opinion, at least. Also, this is way easier than drawing it by hand. Forget about it. Forget about it. Don't forget about it. Don't forget about it. Alright, gotta do it here. I won't learn period. I'm just utilizing chef hands. Okay. I mean, I can't stop you, you know? If this is it, if this is what you want to do, I don't want to stop you from being who you want to be. And if you want to be someone that burns their hands every now and again because they're cooking, I'm gonna stop you. I will kiss your boo-boos better, though. I hope that's good. Why is this weird? Are you weird? Are you weird? I bet it's because it's not on 496. It is. My goal is to reach a level of my old manager who could pull pans out of the oven with no hot pad. That's fucking crazy. That's just a little crazy. That's all I'm going to say. That's how I feel when I see Pixels touch the tortillas in the pan. I don't know, maybe that's wussy shit, but like, I can't touch the tortillas when they're in the pan. It hurts. Hot. Crazy? I was crazy once, and then they put me in a room full of rats. Rats make me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. I love that meme. Boop. Boop. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Oh my god, you can't even see it. You can't even see it. It's a thing over time, your hands get better at dealing with the heat and avoiding burns. I have baby pain tolerance. I have baby pain tolerance, so someday, maybe. I just realized what would be an easier way to do this, I think. And I'm gonna try to do it that way too. Multiply black mask, add a paint layer, add this. Fucking oh. Open 2D window. Oops. Oh, why didn't I straighten these? I've got crazy pain tolerance for all my ripped open hands and broken limbs. But I melt once it hits 75. Hey, it's gotta be a give and a take, you know? You can't be Ghost Rider. As much as maybe you wanna be, you can't be Ghost Rider. I see how I cut this, and then I cut this so stupid. Oh. Alright, how was that? That's actually really good. Yo! But I want to be a sick-ass flaming skeleton. Okay. Well, that's fine. But do you think that maybe we can settle for Halloween only for now? Because I'm afraid that if you set yourself on fire to the point where you're just a flaming skull, you might die. But I think if we prepare for one, like, major day in the year that this may or may not happen, I think we can avoid you burning to death. Personally. Where is this thing? I don't know where this herb is that I was just looking at. Wait, 46. Make it 100. For now. What was this one? I also cut this UV stupid. Okay. Oops. Fine. It's killing me how you're trying to be gentle parent me out of self-immolation. Smile. Smile. Listen, kid. I love ya. And if self-immolation's the way you wanna go, it's the way you're gonna go. Oh my god. What did I just add that to? Okay, let's do it with this guy. Maybe I can be that easy, babe. No. I'm gonna go the same way I came in, screaming naked and covered in someone's blood. That is fucking crazy! But I'm down for it. It's ambitious, I like it. Lane, what do you talk about with your chat? Well, sometimes we talk about how maybe self-immolation is bad, but only okay if you do it on Halloween when we can plan for it. What? Yes. You can be that easy, babe. Give me, give me, city. Boop, 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 boop. I am so normal, smile. We're all so normal, smile. There is not a singular thing wrong with any of us, smile. This sounds fun. That sounds fun. It does, doesn't it? a little wild, but I think we're all here for it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't want to do this anymore. Why? It's gonna look so good. How to step away for couples massage therapy? What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean? You mean you just got up and a masseuse came over? Always the fool. Yup. Feel the song. On a spiritual level. I do. Oh, go radiate into, that's why there's an echo. Ah, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Go radiate into us. Hog, I'm glad it speaks to you too, Vex. Cut from a similar cloth. Maybe not the same cloth, but similar cloth. I did the therapy cups. Oh, that's nice. Is your back all bruised now? Your back all bruised? Yes, and I made her cry. That's crazy. Is she okay? Is she okay? Is she alright? Always the always. Alright, hold on. I don't want the wire anymore. I cannot see. Cries of relief. Oh, okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's valid. I expect that that's how it'll be for me when I go to have a therapy appointment whenever I can schedule that, and I'll just start crying. They'll be like, "Oh, okay." I'm like, "Hi, Moira." And I wanna hear the two of us. We had to end it because her sister came to get her for something called Mission 150. Okay. That sounds very interesting. Doesn't sound suspicious at all. I think that's a straight one. If our time's through. Begs. Apart when nothing's new. Oh my god, where is this? Oh, there it is. I don't know. Music is hitting tonight. Is that a new bandage from Moira? It is. It indeed is. Because I felt like it. I felt like having my VTuber model reflect me, and me is having the bandage on my boobie. Would you please? Please, please, please. Won't you please? If our time is through. Fall apart when nothing's new. Nothing's new. Nothing's new. I love Rio Romero. Their songs are so good. Nothing Nothing's new, nothing's new, nothing's new. Please let me in dignity. I can't wait for eternity to be out. Yes! Yes! Yes, I did too. Him being like, don't make such fucking sad posts. Fine, y'all can have the song. And I'm like, today? Did I have the dog today? Please? Okay, I think I will. No. You see without my eyes. First time that you kissed me. First time that white noise and awful. First time Okie dokie. Oh. It's part of the door. Is it? Oh. Okay. Interesting. Thank you for the song request. I think this one's too saturated. That's too much. Boop, boop. Oh, well, get the fuck out of here. I'll have to edit that in later. Oh, right. Framework. Exports. Cool. Oh, I think this is looking nice. Alright, and then let's do add a black mask, add a fill, add a planar projection. Not too shape. Our studio apartment more than cottage now. Oh. Interesting. This is what it looks like with no lighting at all. Actually, this is like how it looks flat colors. Every bit of like shadow information that you see is something that I painted in or did manually. I think with the current lighting, this is what it looks like. Which is not bad. It's not bad. I think it's getting there. I have to work more on the ceiling to give it a bit more depth. And then I might add like grain on the wood. But yeah, this is how it looks flat. Filter, blur. And a paint. Take it off this one. This one. The ceiling is very noticeable. Yeah. I'm excited to work on it. Add paint. Oh, we're gonna do faces instead. And then let's go to perspective. Paint object, this one. This one. Time for a new artist. Yippee! Ooh. I like it already. I think I need to make this thinner. Is it? Dinner is ready and I've added sauteed tomatoes this time. Yum. That sounds delicious. Good job. I'm proud of you. Oops. Black folk artist on my FYP and I'm here for it. I think it's just been the recent trend recently, to be honest. It's like the folk kind of stuff has kind of been trending a lot. Like, cause I was looking last night, I think it was, I was looking at like top like USA people, like top USA artists, and like a lot of them were like country songs. Corned beef hash and sauerkraut with sauteed tomatoes. Yum 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 yum. You don't mind it super being on there. Okay. This is depth. Okay, I do want to add it to these. Not you. I feel like that's like much further back than I was hoping. Let's do like this instead. A little bit less. Export. Moved out to a new city. Moon is falling down on me. Ooh, this is gonna be a bitch. It'll be fine. Go without a care inside. As the sun's engaged to the sky, best friends found a new guy. I'm only older, never had a shoulder. Want to go out. Everybody's falling in love. Where's my wood grain? Not wood grain. The ocean's hiding outside and burn my skin. I'll go my way. Oof. On someone's road. Past the sun, the sky, my best friends found a new guy. I'm only older. I've never had a shoulder to cry on. Someone to call my own. Everybody's everybody's falling in love. Everybody's falling in love. Not projecting the way I thought it would. Let's do this one. Paint. Oh. Do tri-planar projection. Okay, that's not bad. I say, but then I don't like how it looks here. There we go. Okay, this will be green. Oh wait, what? I already put it in folder. Nice. There's a bird crawling outside. Ah, oh shit, oh shit. Let's do vertically. What about a cylindrical projection? Just because the intro made me think of it. Okay. Add paint. I'm here for it. This one, this one. These. This one. Get the grain of this. I'm curious if I'm gonna save because I might have to crash this program, but I'm curious. Huh? Huh? Angular one. This is very interesting. Don't really do much. That means, what do I want it to mean? Quite a few things. This farewell, but there's no alibi. Mercy come, wash away. Oops. Oh, it should be darker. It's not so dark. Come, wash away. But I ice myself. Why isn't it taking the color? What the heck? 5, 4, 3, 2, 2, 7. Three. But what I've done, okay, let's go back. This is 90. I actually really like this band. Glass Animals is actually really good. I used to listen to them a lot. Sometimes all I think about is you. Nights in the middle of June, taking me out. Are you happier now? Times all I think about is you. Nights in the middle of June, taking me out. Are you happier now? I'll put something on TV and to think about you and me. My face is clear, but I can never care. Oh, that's not wrong. All I think about is you. Now it's in the middle of June. So often I let you go. I wish someone new. I'll let you know. Oh, it's me too. Look so broken when you cry. Oh, and then I say goodbye. Sometimes all I think about is you. Good nights in the middle of June. You've been taking me out. You happier now. All I think about is you. In the middle of June. You've been taking me out. Happier now. Oh, what you're dreaming of. I'm so uncomfortable. I could give you that. Perfectly upside. All I think about is you. Now it's in the middle of June. It's been freaking me out. Freaking me out. Times all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Did I split these? Sometimes all I think about is you. I did. Fuck. Zero, zero. So this needs to return. Nope. Huh? Yeah. I think that looks okay. This is not bad, yeah. That's cool. And now we take every single one of these grain pieces and then we duplicate it and we have to nudge them all. So that way it looks like it's been beveled. Right. And we're going to be looking at it from a lower angle, so I think we should move them out. Maybe I was wrong. Do you have to do 2? Make this a screen.